in New York. The New York Mets play the Atlanta Braves. Mets baseball is presented in HD by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. Raining in New York right now. Some showers in the area. And the hope is that they'll clear out before it's too terribly long, and we'll be ready to play baseball in Flushing. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Keith Hernandez joins me in just a moment as the Mets play the middle game of their weekend series against the Atlanta Braves. It was a series that began with urgency for the Mets. They were 8 games behind the Braves in the wild card, and after Atlanta's 4-1 win last night, that only increases the urgency. And what troubles the Mets right now is their offense. They need to get this offense going after a 5-game stretch in which they blew away the competition with lots of runs. It's not been the way the last 5 games. They've lost all 5 and scored just 9 runs in those 5 games.
Well, Gare, we were together in Cincinnati, and they destroyed the Reds in that 4-game series, scoring 30 runs in those 4 games. Went on to Washington and scored 8 runs, and looked like they were on their way, and all of a sudden the brakes went out. And, you know, we always hate to say it, but, you know, as Jose Reyes goes, so go the Mets. And Reyes has had such an incredible season. But he has struggled of late. His last 10 games hitting under 200. His average is down to 336. The Mets need him to pick it up. He is such a spark plug for this club. And I think another important thing, too, is the bottom part of the order has not been productive for this lineup. But, you know, it's a season of ups and downs. But as you said, this is an important series. They're 9 games out. They've got to get it going.
And for the Atlanta Braves, who have been rolling lately, they get a boost back in their lineup tonight. Chipper Jones, who hasn't started in nearly 2 weeks, will play tonight.
Well, Chipper was out with the meniscus in the right knee and came back his first game on July 25th, and he strained his quad, and this is the first game he's played since then. So we all know what Chipper does to the Mets, and no matter how long he's out, he can be in hibernation for 20 years. He'd probably come out and bang a home run. So he's an important guy back in the lineup for the Braves, and the Braves are struggling to hang in with this wild card race.
On every pitching staff, there's always one bad weather guy, and this year it's been John Neese. It seems every time Neese is ready to pitch, it rains.
Well, you know, Neese has got great stuff. He's going for his 11th win tonight. You see, he's a strikeout guy. He hasn't pitched that badly, but not as good as he has the first half since the All-Star break. Has struggled a little bit. I think he's a little bit up with his pitches. But, you know, pitchers are like hitters. They go in slumps. I look for him to come out. He's pitched well in the past against the Braves. He's looking to get his 11th win.
And for the Braves, it's young Tommy Hanson, who's been a little slump of his own lately.
Well, Tommy Hanson's got great stuff, a great curveball. His rookie year last year, he broke in 10-11 and 34 starts with an ERA just above 3, and now this year he is 11-6. So he's come into his own. He struggled, yes, 126 and 2/3. He got 137 strikeouts. He's a strikeout guy with a great curve.
So it's Neese against Hanson here at Citi Field. They're telling us the rain shouldn't last too much longer. Should be a short rain delay at the start of tonight's game, and we'll be back with all the action right here on SNY. has done its work. They took the top off the field, did a lot of work on the infield. The pitchers have gotten themselves warmed up, and John Neese making his way in from the bullpen and readying for his start tonight for Terry Collins in a game that the Mets absolutely positively have got to win if they want to have any notions of being in a wild card race over the last 7 weeks of the season. After getting beat by the Braves last night, they're 9 games back in the National League wild card race. It's an almost untenable situation from the standpoint of being in a race, but they've got 8 more games to go with the Braves, and that starts tonight as you look at the wild card standings in the National League.
Well, not only the Braves, Gary, they got to worry about. They got to worry about the Diamondbacks, and the Cardinals are in front of them. You know, it's always tough to climb over 3 teams, or so in this case, you know, they've got to get ahead of the Cardinals first, and they're 4 behind there. So, you know, it's getting towards the middle of August here, and you've got to start winning. They're a game under 500. Their offense didn't show up last night. A lot of that had to do with Tim Hudson, and of course that vaunted bullpen of the Braves. That's their strength. But Hudson was just too good last night with his stuff, and you know, pitching's the name of the game.
Tommy Hanson making his way into the bullpen, and from a Braves standpoint, for a long time their sights set on the Phillies, but the Phillies just refused to lose. They beat the Giants again today behind Cole Hamels. They're now 9 games up on Atlanta, so the Braves are as far behind the Phillies as the Mets are behind the Braves. So if you're Atlanta right now, you are concentrating on holding off the teams behind you.
There's no question. Atlanta's got to set their sights on the wild card and hanging on to that lead. You know, the Phillies now, how many years in a row they won the division, and you think that they might get a little bit soft or a little like a fat cat, and they just get better. They're better this year than they were last year, I think.
Five times in a row the Phillies have won the National League East. Remember, the Braves had a lock on that for so many years, 14 straight division titles under Bobby Cox, and they made it back to the postseason last year after a 4-year lull, and they are certainly in position to get back there this year. And they're operating right now without their best bat. Brian McCann out of the lineup with an oblique injury. McCann hit off a tee yesterday, took a few swings off live pitching today, but it is going to be a little while till they get McCann back, yet they've been able to hold the fort pretty nicely without him.
Well, they've had a rash of injuries all year. Prado's been down, Hayward's been down, Chipper's been down, of course, and they still find ways to win, and it's probably, not probably, it's because of their starting pitching and bullpen.
Well, there's the Braves starting lineup. Notable, Chipper Jones back in the lineup. First time batting 5th since 2005, and that's because Dan Uggla has been so hot. He and Freddie Freeman both with long hitting streaks. Uggla's hit in 26 straight games, Freeman in 19 straight. So rather than break up that combination, Freddie Gonzalez plugs Chipper into the 5-hole, coming back after first the knee surgery to fix a torn meniscus, and he came back very quickly. Interestingly, you know, he came back faster than Alex Rodriguez did from that same surgery, but then he immediately hurt that quad in his first game back, and it's been sitting out ever since.
Well, tonight's starter for the Mets, Jonathan Neese, going for his 11th victory, and you know, since the All-Star break, it's been kind of so-so. Last time I watched him pitch, and I've missed his last 2 games. I've been off, but I've watched on TV. He's been up with his fastball here a little bit, and you know, he needs. He's been hurt in 1 inning in particular, so you know, he's still got terrific stuff. He's looking for his 11th win, and the Lexus Mets defense. Tolley gets his 64 start behind the plate. That's been kind of a platoon done all year long. He and Polino sharing the duties. Duda getting a chance to play every day, and I think he needs to play every day, and it's a golden opportunity for Lucas.
Jack got the inside pitch on John Neese, brought to you by the Xerox Business of Baseball. Xerox, ready for real business.
Well, this is my opinion here. As a hitter, I think John needs to keep his fastball down. He's been getting up with it, and he gets hurt. I stay away from that one bad inning or a sequence of batters that seem to get him in a cluster. And I like his curveball much better than his cutter. I think he's got a terrific curve. You don't have to worry about his guts. He's always going to go after hitters.
And interesting about that is that last year when things started to go badly for John, it was because he had gotten away from his curveball and was overplaying his cutter, and he seems to have done the same lately. Let's see what kind of pattern he establishes early. Michael Bourne leads off. First pitch of the night from Neese is in for a strike, and we're underway after a rain delay of 62 minutes at the start. Bourne playing his 5th game for the Braves since coming over in trade from Houston. He went 0 for 3 last night, but contributed with a sacrifice bunt and a sacrifice fly. Martin Prado on deck, and then Freddie Freeman. And Bourne hits one past the mound. Turner to his right, tough play across his body, and he's safe. Bourne with that outstanding speed, and he beats out the infield hit to start the ninth. It's an element that the Braves just did not have, and now all of a sudden with Bourne and Constanza, they've got a lot of speed in their lineup.
Absolutely, and nothing that Turner can do there. He come in and just all they can do to get it as quickly as he could and get rid of it. But Bourne just too quick, and you're right, Gary. They got picked up Bourne at the All-Star, at the deadline, and then Costanza gets called up, and they've got all of a sudden 2 speed merchants right there that have really were a very big integral part of the Brave win last night.
So here's Martin Prado playing left field tonight with Chipper Jones back in the lineup. Prado 2 for 4 last night, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Now you've got the National League's leading base stealer at first base in Bourne. He has 40 steals this year, and he led the league each of the last 2 years as well. Interesting battle here because Nice has been awfully tough to run on this year. And a slash foul by Prado into the Mets dugout. 0-2.
I like Nice how he threw inside there. He didn't get beat by Bourne there. You look at Bourne right there with the 40 stolen bases. Reyes right behind him, 8 behind. I like Nice pounding left-hand hitters more inside. It'll open up the outside corner for his breaking stuff.
Strikes in on Bourne right on the bag.
Sorry, Gary. I just think it's it's baseball 101. I think it's changing, but I think that pitchers got away from throwing inside, and you've got to establish it, especially with a fastball like Nice has. That's going to get your attention.
And in this ballpark, you should have no fear anyway. Nice ahead on Prado 0-2, and he throws the fastball low and in. Prado has been an infielder for most of his career. Has made the adjustment to playing the outfield this year with the acquisition of Dan Uggla. Freddie Freeman on deck. And it's fisted foul. A ball and 2 strikes. Nice has faced the Braves twice before this year, pitched well both times. A no decision game for him here in early June. He went 7 2/3 in that game. And then 10 days later, he beat the Braves down in Atlanta, again going 6 1/3, allowing just 2 runs. So he's had 2 good starts against the Braves this year. He gets it on the fists of Prado. He dumps one shallow right, and out goes Turner. That's the first down of the game. So Nice did exactly what you said, Keith, and got right in on the fists of Prado.
He stayed in on his hands. Nice play here by Turner. Prado is a hitter that goes the other way with 2 strikes, and when a hitter goes the other way with 2 strikes, you want to pound them in, not let them extend their hands, and Prado's a high ball hitter too. You got to keep the ball down.
So here is Freddie Freeman, who had a pair of doubles in the game last night, now has a 19-game hitting streak that's gotten his average up to 300 and starting to burnish his Rookie of the Year credentials. Freeman's hitting streak has kind of been lost in the hoopla over Dan Uggla's streak, which is now at 26 games. But you see what Freeman's done during this 19-game streak. Not a lot of home runs, but tons of hits as Nice beats him with a fastball for strike 1.
Yeah, I like that fastball. I love Freeman too. Freeman got 2 doubles last night. And see that fastball run in right there? That's a really effective pitch for Jonathan. He keeps it around the belt and mid-thigh. It runs in on the hands.
Bourne runs. Freeman grounds one to Turner. And that's the second out as Bourne takes second. I don't know if that was a design hit and run play or Bourne was just running and Freeman took a whack.
I think that Bourne was probably running and Nice stayed inside on Freeman and tied him up.
So the Braves have a runner in scoring position with 2 out. And now Dan Uggla. Uggla last night couldn't get anything done in his first 3 at-bats against R.A. Dickey, against whom he's now 0 for 18, but then he got an opportunity in the 8th. Mets opted to pitch to Uggla with first base open and the slumping Jason Hayward on deck, and they paid for it. Uggla delivered a 2-run single, put the game away, and extended his hitting streak to 26 games. Starting to rain a little bit once again. Uggla now hitting at 215. When the streak began, he was hitting 173. And he takes a strike. It's the longest hitting streak by a Brave since 1996, when Marquise Grissom hit in 28 straight. Uggla not the kind of guy you associate, though, with hitting streaks. A guy who's always struck out a lot.
Well, what's probably got his attention was being on the interstate the whole first half of the season.
Does that mean that Adam Dunn is about to run off a long hitting streak?
How about that? Is that just amazing?
Amazing is probably an understatement.
He's hitting under 170.
And he's about 2 for 80 against lefties. Chipper Jones hitting 5th in the order. That's unusual.
You know, Dan has over, Uggla has over 400 at bats. It's going to be awful hard to raise your average. I don't care how hot you are.
But certainly quite a turnaround for Uggla. He's over 20 home runs for the 6th straight year.
And you know what? This last 2 months of the season right here, he's been hot now for what, a month, or just about a month. So let's just give him the second half of the season. That's more important than the first half.
Especially if that second half extends into October.
Correct.
It appears it has every chance to for Atlanta. Fastball just inside. Dan Bellino, the rookie home plate umpire, thought about it, turned it down. There's Bellino. Second time the Mets are seeing Dan Bellino, just getting his feet wet as a big league umpire. One-two to Uggla, and the curveball bounced foul. There's the rest of your umpiring crew. Brian Gorman is the crew chief for this unit. He had played last night. Tony Randazzo at first, and Larry Vanover at second. There's Gorman. 1-2 the count to Uggla with Bourne at second and 2 out, and he got him with a fastball. East blows away Uggla to end the inning. East has his first strikeout. Mets come to bat against Hansen. No score. Geico and Terry Collins going with the same unit that he went with last night. Mets have scored just 9 runs in their last 5 games. David Wright had a couple of hits last night, his first 2 Citi Field hits since early May. And the Mets face Tommy Hansen for the second time this year.
Well, Hansen, as Gary said earlier, was just a little bit of slump right now. But the last 2 starts, giving up 3 runs in 6 innings in both starts.
He is kind of a dart thrower, isn't he? He kind of throws right from the ear like a catcher. As you look at Reyes' numbers, and 0 for 4 last night.
Reyes hitting just 186 over his last 10 games, by far his most slump-ridden stretch of the year, and a good changeup by Hansen puts him in an 0-2 hole.
Well, I think Jose was due sooner or later to hit a little lull. I mean, gosh almighty, he just wore it out for 4 months.
Well, he's been so good that this is the first 10-game span this year that he's hit under 200. Any 10-game span. So, I think you're right. But what has characterized this stretch is that he's hitting more balls in the air. 40% of his balls have been hit in the air these last 10 games compared to 36% for the rest of the year. And he gets under this one, shallow right field, and in comes Jose Constanza. One away. Constanza playing right field, and Hayward getting the day off.
And the Coors Light Braves defense. And you see, as Gary said, 8th start for Constanza in right field, and was in left last night. Prado goes back to left. Really, Prado is more of a second baseman. Remember, before they acquired Ugla and Chipper was playing third. Prado was moved around, played third, second. Now he's in left field, so he's adaptable, isn't he?
Here's Justin Turner, 2 for his last 21. Has seen his average drop to 268. I think it's interesting, though, when you look at Freddie Gonzalez and the short term versus the long term for the Braves right now. Driven out to right center field, deep toward the gap. Back goes Constanza near the wall. It's out of here. Justin Turner with an opposite field home run. Just his 3rd home run of the year, and the Mets jump out 1-0. Opposite field power from an unexpected source.
Well, I'll say what a surprise here. Outer half of the plate, went right with it. Leg kick right on it, and I did not think he had this kind of power to the opposite field.
So Turner has his 3rd home run of the year. I think he surprised himself. His first in more than 2 months. And now Daniel Murphy, 5th in the National League in batting, hitting at .319, and he takes it off the plate, 2-0. Murphy 1 for 3 last night, hitting .452 over the last 11 games. He has been consistent for better than 2.5 months now. So Turner gives the Mets an early lead. And the Mets need something to spark their offense right now.
And need something to get this crowd motivated too, get the crowd into the game behind them.
And it's driven into center field, and Murphy's got a base hit. So a couple of hard hit balls against Hansen here in the opening inning. And Murphy just continues to rake. It's 124 hits now for Murphy.
Well, Murph, line drive hitter, right down the pipe, belt high, he's all over it. Well, Hansen's been hurt twice now by pitches up in the strike zone, fastballs.
So now David Wright, who had a couple of hits last night, including a double off the wall in left center. David hitting 400 since coming off the disabled list in 13 games, 14 RBIs in those 13. The book on Hansen is, if you want to get him early. He has struggled in the first 2 innings of games. And he's already given up a run in the first inning tonight as he faces David Wright. And he drives this one deep to left center, back toward the wall. That ball is on the warning track. Murphy read it well. He's around third and heading for the plate. Murphy scores on the double by David Wright, and it's 2-0 New York. And David going to the same part of the ballpark where he hit his double in the first inning last night. His 33rd RBI, and the Mets are off fast against Hansen.
Well, notice how I highly touted Hansen's curveball, and he's only thrown ones thus far. And here's yet another fastball up in the strike zone. His 3rd, and I'm sure it's got plenty of plate. So he's got to change the program. Good read by Murphy right off the bat. Knew that ball was in the gap all the way. Scores easily.
So 2-0 New York, and now Angel Pagan will try and keep it moving. Angel 0 for 3 last night. And he pops up the first pitch. Back comes Ross, hoping for a play.
and has just enough room to grab it. 2 down.
We'll take a look at David Wright's swing here. More crouch to plate. Look at that. That might have been a changeup. I thought I saw the release point, but it was up and over the middle. You see a little bit of rain falling. Well, David really swung the bat well since coming back.
Now Jason Bay, who had a pop fly double in the game last night, now is hit in 7 straight games, hitting .407 over the 7 games. The Mets in this 5-game losing streak have not scored more than 3 runs in any one of those games. And that comes on the heels of a 5-game stretch in which they scored 38 runs. The vagaries of baseball.
Boy, I tell you what, 2 backup helicopter sliders right there that Hansen just threw.
Hansen's numbers in his last 4 starts are ugly. 1 and 2 with a 6.56 ERA in those 4 starts. Lucas Duda on deck. And the Mets jumping early tonight. There's breaking ball fooled Bay.
There's the curveball right there. That's the Hansen curve. Not a strike, and Bay jumped out at it.
That's plus 18 now in the first inning. Most runs that the Mets have scored in any inning this year is the first. And a fastball got him. Bay was looking for something else. Took the fastball for strike 3. And the inning is over. But the Mets cash a couple quickly. Turner had got 191 at bats without a home run. And he goes oppo at Citi Field. Hard to believe. Mets up 2-0 after 1. Reception in New York for Chipper Jones as he leads off in the 2nd inning and grounds the first down to Murphy. Gets a piece of it, recovers, throws it behind Nice, and Chipper is aboard. Error on Mr. Excitement at first base.
Well, he had a chance to get in front of this ball. And we'll take a peek right here. He backhands it. He could have got in front of this ball, and that was the issue right there. And then he rushed the throw. Now when he goes and searches for the ball, he's lost the runner, so he felt he had to rush it. He gets in front of it, it's moot. It's a 3-1.
Murphy, who contributed to the Mets' 2-run first inning with a base hit, commits an error to start the 2nd, and now David Ross takes ball 1. Ross filling in for the injured Brian McCann and playing every day right now. They've called up J.C. Boscan to be the backup. He'll probably get the start tomorrow. And Ross's bat has suffered since he started to play every day. Alex Gonzalez on deck. But Ross can be dangerous. 5 home runs this year in just 100 8 at bats.
A lot of those bench players that are good bench players, they get exposed if they get a lot of playing time due to injury, and it catches up to them. So, but Ross is a very dangerous bat. We mentioned it last night. He's got power. He's got pop.
And he's done well against Nice, 5 for 11, including a home run. I can't tell you how many times this year John Nice's day has come up to pitch, and there have been weather issues. Whether it was 35 degrees in Colorado or rain delays in New York. I mean, he has been the Mets' mutter all year long. And here he is pitching in the rain tonight after an hour and 2-minute rain delay at the start.
You get antsy in rain delays too. I'm sure starting pitchers more so than everyday players. You come to the park, you're on your schedule, and all of a sudden it's interrupted by rain. There's the curveball.
He's tonight looking for his 11th win of the year. And more importantly for John, he's approaching that time of year where last year he really hit a wall in his season. Something he was bound and determined to avoid this year. And Terry Collins has already said that when September comes, he'll probably give Nice some extra days between starts, help him get to the finish. But that right now, he's got to be on point every start. Swing and a miss, and gets him with a fastball. Ross is down on strikes. Second strikeout for Nice. 1 out.
Well, both strikeouts on fastball. Nice is throwing hard. Now, Gary, you mentioned that they will give him an extra couple days to get him through September. They won't if he's pitching good. If he's throwing good, run him out there every 5th day. That's how you build up strength. And Jonathan went in the offseason and really got himself in a lot better shape. Well, he's in shape, period, but he really worked hard because that really bothered him that he had that weak finish last year.
Here's Alex Gonzalez, 1 for 4 last night. And he's got a new conditioning program in the offseason, and he's continued into the season, trying not to overdo it, but trying to strike the perfect balance to keep himself strong through the year. He's at the 135 inning mark now. And you see that his strikeouts have been up lately, and that certainly is a good sign. Last year 173 innings, so he should go well beyond that this year. And the curveball, Gonzalez tried to hold, and he stopped it in time.
Well, this is John's 22nd start. He's had 1 relief appearance, if you remember, back before the All-Star game in San Francisco. And he's going to get 34 starts, more than likely 33 starts. So he's got around 10 more starts in the season. So he'd like to get 200 innings, I'm sure.
Just inside with the fastball. 3-1 now to Gonzalez. John just 24 years old, about 3 months younger than his pitching counterpart tonight, Tommy Hanson. Gonzalez, who rarely walks, takes a big hack, and it's 3-2.
He's just having a real tough year offensively. Right under it, takes a big hack.
Well, he's a guy who can hit home runs. He's hit 16 home runs against the Mets in his career. And he takes it on the inside corner, strike 3 call. Back-to-back strikeouts for Nice after the leadoff error.
And the 3rd strikeout for Nice on fastballs. Good paint right here. Right on the inside corner, fastball in. Beautiful. Nicely framed. Had a little bit of plate, too.
Not sure why he was bailing. Maybe thinking that ball was going to cut, and it never did.
Looking for a curveball.
So now 2 out. And here is Jose Constanza, who had a huge night for the Braves last night. An RBI triple, couple of terrific catches in left field, showing off his wheels. Hitting .407 through his first half-dozen big league games.
Well, the IOTV pitch differential on the strikeout, and look at that, right to the glove.
That's no differential.
That's right.
Constanza bloops one, shallow left center. Bay comes on, he traps it. It's a base hit for Constanza. Chipper pulls in at second, and the Braves have 2 men on. Nice effort by Bay, and Constanza just keeps on picking up base hits.
Nice effort by Jason, but the most important thing, keeps the ball in front of him.
By the way, we looked at the bio on Constanza. He's listed as a switch hitter. Clearly not.
That's right. He beat left-handed right there.
In fact, he has not had a right-handed at bat yet, so if he was a switch hitter, he's not anymore. Hansen swings and misses at the cutter, 0-1.
And Hansen is only 2 for 37 on the year. That's with 14 strikeouts.
And 10 for 134 in his career. That's 074. 2 out and 2 on, and he takes a fastball for a strike. And it's 0-2 to Hansen. And he goes down looking. 3 strikeouts an inning for Nice. He struck out 4 over the first 2, and he's got himself a 2-0 lead in the second. That's with the MLB.com at Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Check in using at Bat at Citi Field to receive special offers. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Mets.com for details. Lucas Duda will lead off the last of the second for New York. Duda 0 for 3 last night, 2 hits in his last 20 at bats. He did hit 1 ball last night that looked like it had a chance in the 7th inning against Tim Hudson that died on the warning track.
He just got under that ball.
One thing about Duda, you look at him and you look at what the potential with him is, and at any moment he might crank one out of the ballpark.
Well, he's a big, strong kid, Gare, and they're going to need around 15, 20 home runs out of him. I'm just happy he's getting an opportunity to play on an everyday basis, day-to-day basis. Takes the pressure off, knowing you're going to be in there if you have a 2 for 20. And you're back out there the next day, as opposed to, God, if I don't get a hit today, I'm not going to play tomorrow.
He has 3 home runs this year. He had 4 last year, one of them against Hansen, and he rips this one toward the right field line. Constanza does a great job to cut it off and hold Duda to a single. So again, Constanza's speed comes into play, but Duda with a hard hit base hit to get the Mets started in the second.
Another 5 fastball by Hansen. He is not locating. Right down the pipe. Nice swing by Lucas. Good balance. And of course, speed kills or takes away the extra base hits.
Well, that's a form of, killing. Here's Josh Tolley, and he takes a fastball for a strike. We mentioned it in the first inning about Hansen. His numbers are stark. The first 2 innings compared to the rest of his innings. First 2 innings, his ERA is 5.36. After that, it goes down to 2.13. And so it's playing out just like that tonight. 0-2 to Tolley.
Here's the IOTV pitch differential. Wants it down and away. Look at that. Got it out, but up.
Did you notice we're doing a lot of differentiating tonight?
Yeah.
Courtesy of IOTV. Tolley gets a hold of one. Deep right field. Costanza back, and it's over his head and up against the wall. Tolley to third. He'll stop there, and Duda to third, and Tolley in with a long double. So Tolley, who has not been hitting for extra base power all year, has his 12th double.
I don't think Hansen's throwing very hard. Another right down the middle fastball. He's got to start locating her. He's going to be in there for a new shower, a quick shower. Dude, a great read from the get-go. Beautiful. Nice read. And Josh, you cannot overrun the runner ahead of you. So you hold up for the stand-up double.
You didn't think he was thinking triple, did you?
No.
So Tolley doubles on a 0-2 pitch. Now Neese comes up. The infield comes in. Second and third and nobody out. And John takes ball 1. Neese has 3 hits this year, looking for his first run batted in. He's got an excellent chance for one here.
Look at the infield bringing it in early. There's Josh Tolley, very widespread with his feet, the toe tap. He's been having a hard time getting the barrel of the bat through on fastballs with good muster. Not that time.
Two balls and a strike to Neese with Reyes standing on deck. That's got a home run from Turner in the first inning, a run scoring double from Wright. Now the 7 and 8 hitters have set the table here in the second. And Hansen falls behind Neese 3-1. So nothing is going right for Tommy Hansen right now. The Braves have a terrific starting staff, but they have some pitchers who haven't pitched very well lately. Jair Jurgens had not been pitching well. He went on the disabled list today with a knee problem, inflammation after he had surgery last winter. So the Mets are not going to face Jurgens tomorrow. Those are Jurgens' numbers. The funny thing about those numbers is the Mets have beat him up twice. Also, Derek Lowe has been slumping lately, so it's been up to Tim Hudson, who was great again last night, to try and carry more of the load. He's down on strikes, and that's the first out of the inning. Second strikeout for Hansen. So we'll see what the Braves do with the infield here with Reyes coming up. They have the infield in for Neese. Can they afford to do the same with Reyes?
Well, if you're going to come in with nobody out, you got to stay in with one out.
It doesn't make a difference with the pitcher up as opposed to Reyes up?
I would play the infield back, Garrett, to be honest with you.
So would I. So Reyes with the infield in, second and third and one out. Reyes flied out to right his first time up, 0 for 5 in this series. Reyes a couple of weeks ago had a 30-point lead in the batting race. Tonight he came in with a 7-point lead over Ryan Braun. So that has shrunk in a hurry. And Ross down in the dirt to stop it, 1-0. We were talking about earlier, that fly ball rate going up for Reyes over this 10-game period where he's hit just $186.
Well, it's apparent that he's doing that, but to me it's just Jose's just hitting a little bit of a slump right now. I do not think that he's swinging that badly. And, 4 months of solid wearing it out, it's very seldom you see someone that can go 6 months of the year hitting 300.
And it's funny how it works. Last night, if the Braves have a different left fielder, Reyes probably has at least a double and a triple, maybe a couple of triples. And dribbler foul, 2-1.
We've seen Jose go into mini slumps and come out of them, and he will come out of this slump eventually and be red hot when he does.
Trying to become the first man ever to win a National League batting title. And you would know as well as anyone, those are not easy to win.
No, they're not.
2-1 to Jose. And he watches wide, 3-1. You got Turner standing on deck, who took Hansen deep his first time up. Duda is at third and Tolley at second, neither one blessed with great speed. Conversely, there is much speed in the Braves outfield. And the curveball on 3-1.
What a hook.
Last thing Reyes was expecting.
Well, this is the Hansen hook right here. This is off the table. Look at this break. Oh my word. And look at Jose, just completely fooled, geared fastball 3-1. You can throw it 3-1, you got to throw it 3-2, don't you?
Ross moves outside, and the fastball fouled into the ground. Took a little off that. Is that a cutter?
No, I think it was he ran a little sink away. Took maybe it's a little bit off of it, trying to get Jose to roll over, which he did, but not enough to keep it in play. It wasn't a good swing by Jose.
Well, Reyes has been tough to strike out this year, toughest in the league, once every 15.2 plate appearances. Hansen in a spot where he needs a strikeout. The infield now comes all the way in, and Reyes left one foul. They have been playing a few steps back onto the dirt at second and short, but with 2 strikes on Reyes, Ugla and Gonzalez moved up right to the edge of the grass.
Well, you said it, Gary. I don't think they need to do that, but Duda doesn't run well. Duda gets going when he goes first to third. He gets a much better speed, but from base to base, it takes a while for Lucas to get moving.
8th pitch of the at-bat coming to Reyes, and the curveball pulled foul. So this time he was ready for that hook. A little too ready as he yanks it foul. And that curveball has not produced a lot of hits this year. Look at that, 084 when opponents have put the curveball into play or finished their at bat with one. Again, the 3-2 and another curve, and he fouled it off again. So this is turning into quite a battle between Hansen and Reyes. Reyes has good career numbers against Hansen, even with the fly ball in the first inning. He's 5 for 12 against Hansen. Tenth pitch of the at bat upcoming. And he popped it up in foul ground. And Chipper comes over to get it. And there's a huge second out for Tommy Hansen. So Hansen wins the battle, a 10-pitch marathon with Reyes, who continues to struggle. And now it's left to Justin Turner with 2 out.
Well, we'll see where that right side of the infield plays Turner. That's Ugla and Freeman.
Justin Turner most unexpectedly hit a home run into the bullpen in right center his first time up. He had gone 191 at bats between home runs.
I would get that left fielder over in the gap more and get my Bourne in center field over in that gap a little more.
You'd probably want to get Freeman off the line a little further too, wouldn't you?
You know, with 2 outs, play deeper. And this is Freddie over here, obviously at first base. Let your infielders know you're playing a little bit deeper. There's 2 outs, 2 runners on. You play back another 10 feet. You're covering that much more ground. Left to your, laterally. Might prevent a base hit.
Turner's been the perfect guy in this spot for the Mets this year. Takes the ball to right field naturally. 361 with runners in scoring position. Murphy waiting on deck. Duda led off the inning with a single. Tolley doubled right behind him. Hansen retired the next 2. And Turner takes inside, 2-1.
And I just don't think that Hansen has his fastball tonight, Gary. Too many guys have gotten the barrel out on his fastball. I know it says there's the base hit ratio right there. It's pretty revealing.
Stark even.
But Uggla's way up the middle too much at second base.
They leave that hole on the right side for him, and he hits it with regularity.
Yeah, they're staying inside on Turner. That was the first good fastball he's thrown tonight. He's straight as a string with that fastball now too. So, and there's your defense, and you see Uggla up here. And you need to get him over in here. Take that hole away. Hit your shortstop more up the middle.
2-2 to Justin Turner. And the curveball misses. Ball 3.
Well, he would have had him. That just kind of hung up.
Now, this is the guy he wants to go after. You got Murphy waiting on deck. And that's a frying pan that Hansen does not want to jump into. Here's a 3-2. And Turner down swinging. Side retired. Hansen gets himself out of a big-time mess in the second inning. Mets at second and third and nobody out, and they do not score. Still 2-0 after 2. One place. 2-0 New York as we start the third. Top of the order. Michael Bourne leads off against John Neese. Bourne had an infield hit his first time up, and he takes the curveball low for ball 1. It'll be Bourne, Prado, and Freeman after the Mets failed to extend their 2-0 lead. A second and third, nobody out situation. And Bourne takes a fastball for a strike, 1-1. There's Prado on deck. And the cutter wide. 2 balls and a strike. Neese had to work himself out of a mini jam in the second. A leadoff error, a 2-out hit. But he struck out 3 in that second inning. And another cutter. This one for a strike, and it's 2-2 to Bourne.
He's working Bourne away. This is bad.
Up the middle and a base hit for Bourne, and he's 2 for 2. So Bourne gets aboard, and Braves have now had a leadoff base runner in each of the first 3 innings.
Pretty good at bat here. Now hanging curve. And there you see the circle in the back of the ball. It's exactly what Bourne saw on the other side. Is that big circle out of the hand. and he hung it right up there for him.
So now Martin Prado, who popped up his first time up. Bourne tried to run once in the first inning when Freeman was up, and Freeman grounded out on that pitch. But he's always a pretty good bet to be on his way. There's Freeman on deck.
All of a sudden, Nice starting to miss target here.
And those words for Nice, all of a sudden, have come up a lot lately.
Yep.
Last start in Washington, he was tremendous for 5 innings. And then in the 6th, all of a sudden, boom, 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 3 straight doubles. And a couple of batters later, he was out of the game.
Braves right here, if they are a team that's going to get into postseason, there's 3-0 right now, and that's all of a sudden Jonathan trying to find the plate. If you're a team that's going to get to the postseason, in the Braves case, a wild card, you always strike back when a team is scored. And particularly when you get your table setters up at the top of the line, you get them on base. Boy, you capitalize on that.
Well, there's also something to be said about the momentum that you get when your pitcher works out of a big jam and come up the next half inning, get the leadoff man on, and bang, the momentum of the game is turned.
Right. Well, you're in the field. It's exciting to see a pitcher pitch out of it, and you're going, okay, we're down 2-0. This could be 4-0 before you know it.
And now they've got 2 men on as Nice really struggling with his command here in the 3rd inning. His first walk of the night, did not walk a batter in his last start. And I got Freeman and Uggla coming up with 2 men on.
Well, he stayed inside Freeman the first at bat, much like he did Bourne. And the second at bat, he worked Bourne away, and Bourne got the hanger to lead off. Let's see if he does the same thing with Freeman or stays inside.
He got a ground ball from Freeman the first time. He'd love to get one here. First and second and nobody out. Freddie Freeman, just 21 years old. I'd say that the Braves have the 2 leading candidates for National League Rookie of the Year right now, with Freeman and Craig Kimbrell.
It's amazing, too, year in, year out. Don't the Braves just always find talent? They draft well. They have a good scouting system, and they always draft well. It seems like their players, they come up with quality players.
Well, last year they unveiled Jason Hayward, who's struggling this year. Broken bat toward the middle, base hit. Bourne speeding around third as Pagan charges. He won't try to throw. It's an RBI single for Freeman, who now has a 20-game hitting streak, and the Braves are back to within 1. It's 2-1.
Well, nothing you can do there. Jonathan stays inside and just shatters the bat. That's in. You know what? That's good hitting right there. It's a good pitch. That's just a strong man. And you watch Prado behind the back runner. The bat almost hits him. He has to kind of let the bat go by him, and Bourne, forget about it. Good read on that blooper.
So 2 hits and a walk for the Braves. Still nobody out here in the 3rd. The Med lead is 2-1, and here's Uggla, who struck out his first time up.
Struck out on a fastball, Gare.
So Nice in a mess, and starts Uggla off with a curveball that misses for ball 1.
Well, here's the bat that flies and makes Prado do a little dipsy-do here.
Freeman will take it. Always trade a bat for a hit.
Hey, that's a good swing he put on it on a very good pitch, and he's just a very strong young man.
Uggla fouls it off. Well, now Freeman has a 20-game hitting streak. Uggla is trying to get to 27 tonight. It is extraordinarily rare for a team to have 2 players with 20-plus game hitting streaks at the same time. In fact, since 1947, if Uggla keeps his going today, they'll be only the 3rd pair of teammates to have concurrent 20-plus game hitting streaks. pretty amazing. I'll tell you something even more amazing about that in a moment. The other 2 streaks, where you had 2 teammates who had 20-game hitting streaks going at the same time, both involved one guy, Al Oliver. He was part of both streaks. With the 74 Pirates, he and Richie Zisk both had 20-plus game streaks, and for the 1980 Rangers, Al Oliver and Mickey Rivers both had 20-plus streaks at the same time.
Well, Al Oliver, one of the great hitters he was ahead of me, but I played against Al. And Al was older than me. He was one of the best hitters. I was a great line drive hitter, and I think gets lost in consideration for Hall of Fame.
He's a borderline guy, no question about it.
2,900 hits plus. I mean, that's something to be said about that.
He's got Ugly with a fastball his first time up. This time on 2-2, he comes with the fastball, and Ugly fouls it off. Prado at second, Freeman at first, still nobody out with a run home for the Braves in the third. After the Mets bypassed an opportunity in the previous half inning. Two, curveball, bounce foul.
That's the good backdoor hook. I think when Neese gets hurt, if he when he throws too much of that curveball down and in to right-hand hitters, well, if he can perfect that curveball down and in and also drop one on the outside corner and use both sides of the plate, it's going to make him tough. Carlton did that.
This may be the biggest inning of the game for Neese right now. Another curveball, another slow bouncer, and another foul ball, fair ball.
Yes, sir.
He picked it up in fair territory, and the bases are loaded. Why didn't David let that ball roll?
Oh, man.
He had no play anywhere.
Wow.
Unless he thought there was no way it was going to kick foul. So Ugla has an infield hit, and that extends his hitting streak to 27 games.
I think David thought this ball was going to go foul. And it sure looked like it. And guess what? It took a funky bounce. He should have let it go.
Oh, my goodness. He can't pick it up at that point. That's a fair ball for sure.
That is a big mistake right there.
I mean, you got to stay back near the bag and just let it roll and see whether maybe it takes a left turn.
I don't know why he put a hand on it. Excuse me, a glove.
So a huge play. So Ugla keeps his hitting streak alive, but more importantly, the Braves have the bases loaded, nobody out, and Chipper Jones coming up.
Wow.
David talking to the third base umpire, Brian Gorman. So 3 hits and a walk in the inning. A run is in, and the Mets lead very much in jeopardy.
Jonathan's trying a quick pitch here a little bit. A couple guys have stepped out on him.
Chipper reached on an error by Murphy his first time up. First pitch swinging, hits it past the mound. Turner comes in, tries to make a tag, can't do it, gets the out at first. A run comes in, and the game is tied. Ugla was able to avoid the tag. Prado comes in to score to tie up the game. And Chipper Jones gets an RBI, his 48th.
Just got out of the way, Ugla. Nice try. Ugla could have knocked him into the next county. Now, once he's in front of him at the base, you can knock him for a little. Although, you know what? You can't hit him before he fields the ball, right,
no,
Garrett?
And he was sort of past Turner by the time Turner had the ball. Here's David Ross, second and third and 1 out. The infield stays back. And Ross takes the cutter inside. So not exactly similar play to the one that Turner messed up the other night. That in that circumstance, the runner at first froze. This time, Ugla just beat him. But this time, at least, Turner threw successfully to first base. 1-1 to Ross, who struck out his first time up.
And Ross has got to dial it up a notch. He's had some fastballs thrown by him.
Yeah, again, this is Ross with a lot of playing time under his belt this last week and a half. We'll say Constanza not on deck. That's Alex Gonzalez. Boy, 1-2 now to Ross, and he's just pumping fastballs by him now.
It'd be very frustrating to swing and miss it 2 fastballs in a row.
Freeman at third, Ugly at second with 1 out. 2 runs are in for the Braves to tie the game. This would be a big strikeout for Nice to get. He has already struck out 4 tonight. Line the other way, and Ross has a base hit, and the Braves have the lead. Freeman is in. Ugla heads home. Duda's throw is cut off. A 2-run single for David Ross, and the Braves lead it 4-2. And the big inning has reared its ugly head for John Nice again.
Well, this is a head in the count here and a fastball up, Gary, which we mentioned earlier as one of the keys to the game. The insights of the game is that keep that ball down, it's fastball down, and it's not a good pitch. Now you've thrown, like Ronnie said in the past, our colleague Ron Darling, you throw 2 fastballs by a hitter and you kind of get lulled to think you can do it again. But this was just had too much plate and up.
So 4-2 Atlanta. Now Alex Gonzalez lines the curveball into left center for a base hit. Ross turns second. He's trying for third, and Pagan will let him go. So David Ross aggressively going first to third on the base hit by Gonzalez. And the Braves have their 5th hit of the inning. And it's just not letting up for John Nice. He's had a little bad luck in this inning. The broken bat by Freeman, the infield hit by Ugla, but now he gets the curveball up to Gonzalez.
Look at that. Bell tie on a tee.
Yeah, the Mets are going to get the bullpen cranking.
And nice read. The play's in front of Ross. Very good base running. He's not a good quick runner. Goes to third easily.
Manny Acosta quickly getting up in the bullpen as things have caved in quickly on John Nice. And now with Constanza up, the Mets can't play the infield back for the double play. He lines the bunt, and it's not caught in the air by Turner. He'll get the out at second as a run comes home. Turner diving for it. If he had been able to glove it, he might have had a double play. In fact, he almost certainly would have. But he fielded it on the short hop, and that enabled Ross to come in to score on what is a fielder's choice, as Gonzalez is erased and Constanza drives in the run.
Well, nice play by Constanza and a nice effort by Turner, and a good call by first base umpire Tony Randazzo. He did short hop that ball, but a great effort here. And this bunt is a pretty sharp play by Constanza. Lefty-lefty matchup.
So now it's 5-2, and Hansen the batter, and a check swing foul. Well, the Mets smartly have the infield in there because they figured with Constanza's speed there was no way they were going to be able to turn a double play. And because Turner was in, that was the opportunity he had to field that bunt. And almost got it, but not quite. And it's been an inning of not quite for Nice and the Mets. 5 runs are in for Atlanta.
Well, one huge mental error from David Wright at third base on that swinging bunt that extended Ugla's hitting streak to 27 games and loaded the bases.
Hansen bounces one for Reyes. They'll go to first with it, and that finally ends the inning. But 9 men came to bat for Atlanta, and they score 5 runs against John Nice. Mets will try and fight back in the bottom of the third with the heart of the order. Coakley talks to Mike Tannenbaum about Plaxico Burress and Santonio Holmes. Find out whose Super Bowl catch he thinks was the best on Jets Nation Inside Camp Sunday at 7 p.m. only on SNY. Well, Tommy Hanson fell behind 2-0 in this game. Had every chance to fall behind farther. Worked himself out of a big-time jam in the second inning. And then his team went out and scored 5 runs for him in the top of the third.
And how many times do you see a pitcher go out there and struggle and get out of an inning? Team comes back, and that changes the whole complexion of the ball game.
We've mentioned several times now Hanson's propensity for having trouble in the first 2 innings and then kicking into gear after that. We'll see if the Mets can upend that with Daniel off in the bottom of the third. Murphy singled to center, scored a run in the first. And he takes a strike from Hanson. Murphy right in Pagan to try and bounce right back for the Mets. And a changeup for a strike, and it's 0-2 to Murph. That's had a pretty good day against Hanson the first time they faced him this year, back in April. Scored 3 runs off him in 5 innings. A 3-2 Met win. With the second time they've beaten Hanson in 6 tries. And he works the changeup away, and it's 2-2 to Murph. It's not been an easy night for Hanson by any means so far.
Like I said, he's really got to have his breaking stuff working. Every pitcher does, but I think he's straight as a string. And I don't think he's really overpowering unless he's sneaky. But he does have a great curveball. And he can pop that backdoor slider on lefties. He's got a nice little change. There's Roger. I'm going to go say hi to Raj. I'm not going to be here tomorrow, my off day.
And Murphy down swinging at the slider, so Hanson went to a full count for the 4th straight batter, but he has his 3rd strikeout in that 4-batter span.
Well, he's got the curveball and he's got the little slider here. Cutter. That's more like a slider.
So 1 out in the home third, and now David Wright, who hit another long double to left center his first time up. Same thing he did last night. So David now 3 for 5 in this series. It was only his 2nd hit in 17 career at bats against Tommy Hanson. But David has been swinging a hot bat since coming back from the disabled list, up over 400 now. And he takes that slider for a strike. Tommy Hanson, born in Oklahoma, grew up in Southern California, but more like an Oklahoma kid than a Southern California kid in his demeanor.
Well, you know, in the great Dust Bowl back in the 30s, all the Oklahomans moved out to California. They fled.
I don't think Tommy was part of that.
No, he was not.
He was not part of the Grapes of Wrath.
No, he was not. He was not one of the Jodes.
Born too late. 0-2 to Wright in the dirt, ball and 2 strikes.
That was the great part of the movie with Jack Nicholson, Chinatown. It dealt with all the Oklahoma farmers out there and had the orchards out there in the San Fernando Valley, and they diverted water away to get the farmers off for the developers, Garrett.
Wright lifts this one to right field. Should be easy for Constanza. And there are 2 out. Let's go out to Kevin Burkhardt, who's live from the Pepsi porch. Take a look at today's Pepsi Max Field of Dreams legendary opponent.
Well, it's Greg Maddux today, Gary, and for a lot of reasons. This is a guy that started playing baseball on an Air Force base in Spain. His father was in the Air Force. He traveled around, and what a career. 355 career wins. It's 8th all time. 35 of those came against the Mets. It's the most of any team for him. And just unbelievable his career. 18 Gold Gloves, 17 straight seasons of at least 15 wins for Greg Maddux. Just outstanding in every single way. And again, doing it to the Mets with 35 victories in his career. Maddux also a candidate to be on the Pepsi Max Field of Dreams roster. You could go to MLB.com/Pepsi Max and vote for your chance. Play with the legends as Pagan bats with 2 away. Gary?
Would you love to have Greg Maddux come and pitch from your mound?
You build it, they will come.
Hansen had on Pagano in 2. Angel fouled out his first time up. And he takes the curveball down, 1-2. Jason Bay would be next. They scored their 2 runs in the first inning. Home run by Turner, single by Murphy, double by Wright.
Gary, what did Leo Mazzoni, great pitching coach, once say about Greg Maddox's fastball? He could put it on a Nats Tookus, if I recall correctly.
Could you clarify that statement?
Absolutely not.
That's a gnat as in the insect, right?
The insect.
Not the Washington baseball player.
No Nationals. Well, he could probably do that too.
I don't believe they were around when Leo made that statement. That just missed. 3-2 now to Pagan. Maddox was just a joy to watch. You know, at a time when offense was dominant in the game, Maddox and Pedro Martinez were able to hold hitters to numbers more reminiscent of the dead ball era. And that's ball 4, so Hansen got ahead of Pagan and lost him to a walk, his first of the night.
I think that Greg also, Maddox, you know, we'll talk about him not being overpowering. A lot of his outs were inside with that cutter, particularly to the left-hand hitters. He was also a guy that could think on his feet and find out what was his strength early in the game and adjust with the stuff that he had that particular day. And he's a Hall of Famer, no question. Just a great pitcher.
And of course, the best pitchers can read hitters and read, you know, whether they're moving an inch closer, moving an inch further away.
And the best pitchers, when it's a close game, they shut the door.
There goes Pagan. The throw by Ross is high, and Pagan's got a stolen base. So the Mets needing to make something happen on offense, and Pagan has his 21st steal of the year.
Well, too good a jump by Jose here. And no chance. And Hansen is not quick home. And not even a perfect throw would have got him. Ugly just making sure the catch and getting out of the way.
So Pagan in scoring position with 2 out. For Bay, who struck out looking his first time up.
And he rockets one to deep left field. Back goes Prado to the track at the wall. It's out of here. Jason Bay with a 2-run homer. And the Mets get back within a run. It's 5-4 Atlanta. Number 8 for Jason Bay. His second on this homestand.
Got himself a hanger here. Way off the plate. Oh, hanging on the inner part of the plate. And every pitcher should pay. Make a pitch like that.
Just in this last week and a half, Jason Bay is starting to look a little more like himself, starting to drive the ball a little more, pick up some more extra base hits. Still a work in progress, but he's heading in the right direction. He's now hit in 8 straight games. 1-1 to Duda.
Stays back. Gets the ball right up at the plate. Didn't jump. Get over anxious.
One to Duda, and he takes it high. Every time the Mets hit 2 home runs in a single game this season, go to sny.tv/Dwayne Reed, print out a special offer coupon, and redeem at any Dwayne Reed location. Turner went deep in the first inning, Bay in the third. 5-4 Atlanta. Duda had a base hit to right his first time, checks his swing, and he takes a strike on the slider, and it's 2-2. Josh Tolley would be next. Strike 3 called, got him looking at a fastball. That's 5 strikeouts for Hansen, but the Mets put together a little 2-out rally. A walk to Pagan, and Bay goes deep. 2-run homer for Bay, his 8th of the year. 5-4 Atlanta after 3 at Citi Field. Michael Bourne leads off the 4th inning. 5-4 Atlanta. Bourne is already 2 for 2 in this game. And he grounds one through the hole, and he's 3 for 3. Now the Mets unable to keep Bourne off base, and that's a bad formula for trying to beat the Braves right now. And that's 4 straight innings now that the Braves have gotten the leadoff man on against Nice.
And stays in on another breaking ball away.
Well, it's one of those base hits that speed produces because you have to play in at first base against him. You play back on that ball, and maybe it's a 3-1 putout. So now Bourne is aboard. Prado the batter. Prado has popped up, walked, and scored a run, 0 for 1. And Nice goes up and away for ball 1. Bourne now with 137 hits, bearing down on Castro and Reyes, the top 2 in the league. Bourne had just 4 hits in his first 4 games. He's running. The throw by Tolle. Good one, and he got him. Josh Tolle has been on the mark of late. Guns down another one.
Well, Bourne just took a chance, broke from the belt. It took every bit of a perfect throw that Tolle delivers here. Right on the money. Nice tag by Turner. Nice snap tag.
8th time that Bourne's been caught. He has 40 steals. So 1 out and nobody on. Prado hits one deep down the right field line toward the corner. Duda going back, reaches, and he can't make the catch. Around second, Prado. He's on his way to third. The relay by Turner is not in time. It's a triple for Martin Prado. For Prado, his first triple of the year. And so the hits just keep on coming for the Braves against John Nice.
It's the 9th hit for the Braves. Duda gets a glove on it. Oh, it just popped out. A little bit trying to negotiate that wall. It just popped out of the glove.
Unfortunate for Lucas because he made a nice run for it and got the glove there, just couldn't make the squeeze. So now the Mets bring the infield in with Prado at third and 1 out. Freddie Freeman the batter, and he punches one foul. Freeman had a broken bat single to drive in the first Atlanta run in their 5-run 3rd inning. The Mets have their bullpen cranking again. This time it's DJ Carrasco up. Acosta was up in the 3rd inning when Nice gave up the 5 runs. Now in danger of giving up another. And he ties up Freeman. Nice pitch by Nice. It's 0-2.
Well, they are just pounding Freeman in. We'll take a look at the relay here after the ball popped out of the glove. Nice throw by Turner, but no chance to get the runner. But all the fundies were there.
Nice needs to be in strikeout mode here against Freeman with Prado at third and 1 out.
It's like he just showed him that ball away. He's going to go back in to get him.
John has struck out 4 tonight. Freeman has struck out 101 times already this year. But a lot less lately while he's been in the midst of a 20-game hitting streak. 1-2. Fouled away.
Nope. Got him twice inside, now gone twice away. Tried to get him out there. That was a strike. Take a peek in here on the sign. They got to come try to bust him in, don't they?
Tied him up and he struck him out. Great job by Nice to come inside on Freeman. That's the 2nd out of the inning.
That's that little hard sinker that Nice has developed. Watch the late sink. That's a tough pitch to lay off. It just ties the big guy up. Almost turned him into a golfer there.
5 strikeouts now for Nice. So now the infield can back up with 2 out, and Ugla at the plate. Ugla dribbled one along the third baseline that David Wright curiously picked up right on the line for an infield hit in the 3rd, extending Ugla's hitting streak to 27 games. Runner at 3rd and 2 out. And the changeup for ball 1.
Flag it. Here's the dribbler, and you could see it was starting to go foul, and then it just hit something and kicked back fair, and David should have just let it go and hope that it would just roll foul, but he opted to put the glove on it for some reason. It was a base hit for Uggla.
It's a good look at it on the Coors Light freeze cam.
I forgot to mention that. So glad you picked that up.
Try and contribute where I can. 1-1 to Uggla, who's 1 for 2 tonight, and he fouls away the fastball. Ball and 2 strikes.
Uggla's a funny hitter. He just takes a violent swing, and it's not a pretty swing, but he's so strong. And it's not an ugly swing, folks, but it's just a violent swing.
1-2 from Nice, and he struck him out with a curveball. Tolle will slap a tag on him, and that'll do it for the Braves in the 4th. So Nice works around a single by Bourne, Tolle throwing him out, and then the triple by Prado with a couple of strikeouts. Still 5-4 Atlanta. Josh Tolle leads off the last of the 4th and takes a strike from Tommy Hanson. Tolle doubled to the warning track in right center his last time up. And the curveball misses. A ball and a strike to Tolle. Nice on deck, and then Reyes for the Mets in the bottom of the 4th. Mets got 2 in the 1st. Braves scored 5 in the 3rd. Mets got 2 back in the bottom of the 3rd on Bay's home run to make it a 1-run game. So it hasn't been an easy night for either starter. Hanson's allowed 4 runs and 6 hits. And Tolle cracks one to deep right center. Back goes Constanza near the wall. It's out of here! Josh Tolle ties the game with his 2nd home run of the year. And the Mets have come back to get even at 5.
Well, 3 home runs for the Mets,
including home runs by Turner, who had hit only 2 all year, and by Tolle, who had hit only 1.
Another fastball right down the pipe.
So now Nice is back even, and he drives one to center, but Bourne moves over to grab it. 1 away. Well, Hanson has been tagged 3 times tonight.
Well, you can't throw those fastballs down the middle.
He's getting a little sick of it. He's now given up 16 home runs this season. And so the Mets, who had scored just 9 runs total in their previous 5 games, have 5 runs in the first 4 innings tonight. Now they need to get Reyes going. Josh Tolley's first home run came in Detroit. That was on June the 28th. We saw him hit home runs in spring training this year. He might have hit the longest home run we saw all spring in Port St. Lucie. But tonight he has pulled the ball for a double and a home run. The Braves have their bullpen up now as Reyes takes a backdoor cutter for a strike, and it's 1-1. Reyes is 0 for 2 tonight. Fly to right, pop to third. Funny thing is, when the Mets were in that great 5-game streak where they were scoring 8 runs a day, Reyes wasn't hitting in those games either.
Exactly.
And the Mets were able to win despite that. Christian Martinez, you saw, up in the bullpen for Atlanta.
Well, Murphy was raging hot in that streak, and Murphy is still swinging the bat very, very good.
And so is David Wright. 3-1 now to Jose. And he takes it high, ball 4. So Reyes is aboard for the first time tonight. The second walk given up by Hanson. And he is a puzzlement right now.
And that's going to get Roger McDowell out there to have a little chat with his pitcher.
Mets with 3 home runs tonight, matching their season high. The 7th time this year they've had 3 home runs in a game. Well, during the rain delay here at Citi Field, they were showing the '86 highlight film in which Roger was featured quite prominently. So were you, by the way.
Well, I never tire of watching that. You know that.
Well, neither do I. Roger was a huge part of that entire '86 season, but never more so than in the 16-inning game against the Astros. Sunday at 6 p.m. on an all-new Mets Weekly, Justin Turner and Daniel Murphy show you the difference between the multiple gloves they have for all the positions they play. Plus, get an inside look at Ralph Kiner as he celebrates his 50th year in the booth. On Mets Weekly, new episode Sunday at 6 only on SNY. And Ralph will be with us for tomorrow's series finale. Here's Justin Turner with Reyes at first and a pitch out. And Reyes, who has not been doing a whole lot of running since coming back from the DL, not going. And even when he is running, he rarely runs first pitch.
So really surprising they threw a pitch out on the first. Early in the count, I should say. There he goes.
He's off and running. The throw by Ross, not in time. And Reyes has his 33rd stolen base. The Mets' second of the night.
Well, between Pagan and Reyes, 54 stolen bases. And that's just easily swiped right there.
That's now up 99 steals for the year, second in the league. So the go-ahead run is in scoring position with 1 out, a 1-1 count to Turner. And that hole wide open on the right side as he takes upstairs 2-1. I mean, they've got Uggla darting in to keep an eye on Reyes, which opens up that hole even farther.
I agree. And you've got to hold Reyes close, and I always felt that a shortstop who's behind the runner will spook the runner more than a second baseman.
There goes Reyes. The throw by Ross dropped, stolen base. Reyes steals second, Reyes steals third.
Well, there's nothing much more that Uggla can do. He was practically camping out on second base. And I tell you what, if Chipper makes the tag, he may have him. Let's see. But you know, the speed of Reyes makes you rush the tag.
So now the go-ahead run at third with 1 out. The infield in, a 3-1 count to Turner. And Justin hits it in the air to left. It's deep. Back goes Prado to the track near the wall, and it's out of here! Justin Turner with his second home run of the night, a 2-run shot, and it's 7-5 New York. The Mets giving the Apple a workout tonight. 4 home runs and a 7-5 lead.
Well, the ball, I tell you what, hanging breaking ball, he's covered it. ball's carrying today, but that ball was hit well. I'll tell you what, this team does not die, and that's going to be it for Hansen.
Justin Turner had 2 home runs this season. Now he's got 2 home runs tonight. The call to the bullpen brought to you by Lakin. Hansen exit, Christian Martinez on. We'll be right back. Christian Martinez on in relief of Tommy Hansen, who left after giving up 4 home runs, 7 runs, and 8 hits over 3 1/3. Martinez in his second tour of duty with the Braves this year. Murphy is 1 for 2, singled to center and scored in the first, struck out in the third. And he bounces one on the right side. Nice easy hop for Uggla. And that's the second out of the inning. Well, you just goes back to what your old teammate Joaquin Andujar said.
What was that?
Well, Andujar said you can sum this game up in one word. You never know.
I've heard it many times.
Boy, is he right.
And he'd be serious. Go, Keith, you know, you never know in this game.
Well, the Mets have hit 4 home runs tonight. Justin Turner with his first career multiple home run game. First time the Mets have hit 4 home runs in a game in more than a year. June 13th of last year in Baltimore. The last time the Mets had 4 home runs in a game. David Wright has an RBI double tonight, 1 for 2. And he hits one in the air to right field. Constanza has this one lined up. And that will end the inning. But the Mets score 3 to take the lead. Josh Colney got it tied with his second home run of the season. And Justin Turner gives the Mets the lead with his second of the night. Fifth inning, Chipper Jones puts the first pitch in play, grounds out to Reyes. One pitch for Nice after being handed the lead, and one out in the top of the fifth.
Well, Jonathan, 2 outs away from getting 5 innings in, and just 2 starts ago he got a W in Cincinnati where he gave up 5 runs in 5 innings.
Sometimes you just live and right. But first he's got to get through this fifth. David Ross had a big hit against him last time up. He put the Braves in front with an opposite field 2-run single. Part of that 5-run third inning for Atlanta. But the Mets bouncing back with a Jason Bay 2-run homer in the bottom of the third and home runs by Tolle and Turner in the fourth. Anthony Varvaro up in the bullpen for Atlanta.
Atlanta right now with the Philadelphia win, I mean, they're looking mainly wild card. The Giants got beat today by the Phils. The Reds are fading fast. They're going to get beat. They got beat tonight. Arizona right now is locked in a 2-2 tie in Arizona against the Dodgers in the 6th.
Arizona can take over first place in the West if they win tonight, with the Giants having lost today.
The Cardinals are winning 2-1 in the 7th at Florida. So all this time of year gets very interesting, particularly now with the wild card. And that's probably the only thing I really like about the wild card is most of these teams would be mostly out of it, and there's still hope. So there's the picture right there.
Of course, the only downside of the wild card as it's currently constituted is what's going on in the American League, when you get 2 teams in one division who have pulled away from the rest of the wild card pack, and so it really diminishes that whole battle for first place in the American League East. The Red Sox pulled back into a tie with the Yankees with their win today. But they began the day, both teams 7 games clear of the Angels as Ross draws a walk. So it takes a lot of starch out of the division race, and that's why I think the idea of adding a second wild card team where the 2 wild cards would have to play each other in a 1-game or a 3-game kind of play-in series, that would really add to the division races, create more incentive to win your division. Here's Gonzalez with 1 out and 1 on. And takes the curveball in the dirt, 1-0. The other option would be to diminish the value of winning the wild card, and I've said this for years, the wild card should get 1 home game in a 5-game series. That way, again, you create more incentive to win the division. Out to right center field. Over comes Duda, reaching, and he can't get it. It drops for a hit. Ross to third, and in at second is Gonzalez. That ball was in the air forever, and it was not caught. It's a double for Gonzalez, as Duda just didn't get there.
It's got to be Pagan's ball, does it not? Could he get there?
I think Pagan should have taken charge.
Yep, and I think he just didn't take charge and left it for Duda. And with Duda out in right field, doesn't not fleet of foot, Pagan's got to know that everything hit he can get to. He's got to command the gaps.
Well, the Mets have been used to outstanding defensive play in right field since they moved to this ballpark with Jeff Francoeur and then with Carlos Beltran. It's a little different with Duda out there. So now the tying runs are in scoring position for Constanza, and he fouls back the first pitch fastball. One thing we've learned quickly about Constanza, he does not take a lot of pitches. So it'll be interesting to see if the Mets make that adjustment and start throwing him pitches out of the strike zone.
And Constanza drag bunted with the bases loaded in that 5-run third.
That ball that was short hop by Turner nearly was a double play. Little dribbler. Nice will go to first with it and gets the out with the runners holding. Outstanding play by John Nice against the speed of Constanza, as Ross did not break for the plate.
Well, Ross can't break for the plate here. He doesn't run well. Nice bare hand by Jonathan. And you'll see right here Ross doesn't run well. He had thoughts of doing it, but he'd have been dead to rights. And that's where you get help right here from your catcher telling you where to go. If Ross would have tried to break home, totally calls home.
So now Julio Lugo will pinch hit for Christian Martinez with the tying runs in scoring position and 2 out. And Lugo swinging at that inside fastball, 0-1. Lugo, the veteran middle infielder, has not been hitting much since he joined the Braves about a month and a half ago. Ross at third, Gonzalez at second and 2 out, and he's trying to negotiate another difficult inning. He's not had an easy one yet. Hit sharply, but right at Murphy, and that'll get Neese through the top of the 5th. 2 left for the Braves. We're halfway through. It's 7-5 New York. Could have dinner with us, then catch a game of the SNY Suite at Citi Field on Thursday, September 1st. Plus, he'll be featured in a segment on Mets Weekly. All proceeds benefit the high school basketball team scheduled to play in the 2012 SNY Invitational. Just go to sny.tv/charity auction and bid today. Anthony Varvaro, who grew up in Staten Island, went to Curtis High School and then to St. John's University, gets his first outing in his home city as he takes on Angel Pagan to lead off the bottom of the 5th.
Well, Varvaro made his Atlanta debut on the 28th of July, and in the 3 appearances he's made for this club in 4 2/3, he struck out 10. But he's also walked 5.
Originally signed with Seattle out of St. John's. He'd been a highly touted prospect, but he wound up going in the 12th round because he had blown out his elbow about a month before the draft, and he had to have Tommy John surgery before he could ever pitch professionally. Jason Bay on deck. Pagan has walked, stolen a base, scored a run tonight. And Varvaro throwing hard, a ball and 2 strikes. So the Braves already on their 3rd pitcher as we play in the 5th inning. And the curveball hit back up the middle, and Pagan's got a base hit. So the Mets get the leadoff man on for the 3rd time in 5 innings. Let's look at our AT&T trivia question for tonight. The Braves record for home runs in a season by a second baseman. I think that's the major league record, isn't it?
It's got to be our skipper.
Did you shoot the clown?
Well, I could have meant Terry Collins.
Yes, you could have. Here's Jason Bay, who had a 2-run homer in the 3rd, his 8th of the year. Pagan at first has already stolen a base tonight. That one in the dirt, but Ross knocks it down 1-0.
Well, Jason's 8th home run right here, and a hanging breaking ball from Hansen. And Hansen just did not have command tonight with his breaking stuff, and more so with his fastball. He threw a lot of fastballs down the middle.
So the Mets hitting 4 home runs at Citi Field, only the 3rd time they've done that since this building opened. They did it twice last year against Washington and against San Francisco. They've never hit 5 in a game here. In fact, the Mets haven't hit 5 anywhere since 2006. One and one to Jason Bay. There goes Pagan. Bay swings and misses. Ross's throw this time a better one, but Pagan steals the base anyway. His 2nd of the night, his 22nd of the year.
Well, the Mets are operating in 5th gear tonight. And they're showing everything that their offensive prowess here, their speed, their offense. And they're showing surprisingly a lot of power tonight.
4 home runs, 4 stolen bases for the Mets. Pagan and Reyes each with a pair. So a runner in scoring position with nobody out for Bay, a 1-2 count. And he pokes one down the right field line, chasing toward the corner Constanza, but it's out of play. Bay now with an 8-game hitting streak with his home run tonight, and hitting over 400 over that stretch. And he's mixed in a fair number of extra base hits over that span. And Varvaro strikes him out. So that's the first out of the inning. And now here comes Lucas Duda, who has singled and struck out tonight, 1 for 2. Let's check in with Kevin.
You know, guys, Duda has 2 different game bats that he uses. They're both the same weight. They're 34.5 inches, 32 ounces. But the difference is one of them kind of has a longer, more slender barrel. One of them is a shorter but a wider barrel. He uses both in batting practice. Whichever one feels good that day, that's what he goes with. I haven't heard of a guy that does that before. So he's got 2. Whichever one feels better in BP, he's using it in the game. Guys,
You ever hear of that?
No, I have not. I've heard of guys changing stances multiple times from day to day, but never a bat.
Ross threatening to throw behind Pagan, who had taken a big secondary lead off second base.
Kev, are you inside the Acela Club?
I'm outside, Keith.
Oh, okay.
No more elements. We're good.
Perfect night for that Acela Club porch. Maybe that should be our next broadcast location.
That would be terrific. We can get food served to us much, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't be
Well, you don't think we had enough food when we were on the Pepsi porch?
we have a little better menu up there. We can get.
Where's your dining partner?
Kev, did you shower today?
Apparently not. I can tell you what, they take care of you up here, Keith. Robert brings out the coffee for me when I come up. It's a beautiful thing. You should really come up one time with me.
We've already seen Keith up there a couple of years ago with his Chardonnay.
But I mean, Gary, think of it. If I get coffee, Keith would get filet mignon, right?
No question. He's Keith Hernandez.
And a nice little cab to go with it.
Now Varvaro behind on Duda, 3-1. And a good-looking off-speed pitch, 3-2. You got to think if you're Anthony Varvaro, you got to be pretty nervous. Your first game back in your hometown.
Absolutely. You're trying to just recently called up to compound it and trying to make a niche with your manager?
He was in 4 games with Seattle last year, just a handful of games now with the Braves. Here's a 3-2, and Duda hits it out to left center. Should be playable for Prado. And there are 2 down. Pagan back to second. So two-way. Pagan still at second, and here's Josh Tolle, who's had a huge night at the plate. A long double to right, and then a longer home run to right center. So, Kevin, as we scout out locations for future broadcasts, how's the perspective from the Acela Club there?
Yeah, I actually think it's great, Gary. I mean, you could see everything. I mean, you could see the entire field. I think, sometimes when you sit in the corners of ballparks, you get maybe a little skewed. You can't tell where the fly balls are going, but not here. I think this is, you guys should make this happen out here.
Tolle is going to be intentionally walked, which is interesting because Willie Harris is coming on deck to pinch hit. Now we'll see whether that is a deke on the part of Terry Collins, whether he wants to get another inning out of Nice, who's only thrown 87 pitches in 5 innings, or whether he is serious about having Harris pinch hit. We'll know in a moment.
I believe he's serious. And maybe this has to do with Nice hitting the wall last year, that they are here in August in the dog days cutting him back.
We've seen at least one occasion this year where Terry has used a pinch hitter on deck as a ruse, but it does not appear as though that's the case this time. Looks like Nice is done and Harris is going to bat. So Tolle gets the intentional walk. And I wonder on Freddie Gonzalez's part whether the walk was calling Terry's bluff or whether he figured Tolle's having a huge night. He'd rather not face him.
I don't know what he was thinking there. I don't care what kind of night Tolle was having. I would pitch to him.
So Willie Harris will get a chance instead with 2 out and 2 on. Harris pinch hit in the game last night and drew a walk. So Nice is done after 5 innings, and for the second time in 3 starts has a chance to give up 5 runs in 5 innings and get a win. He did that in Cincinnati. And Harris takes the below the knees ball 1, but there's a long way to go in this game. And the way the runs have been flowing tonight, you don't know what's going to happen in the end. Pagan and Tolle aboard with 2 down. And Harris takes a cut at a breaking ball, and it's 1-1.
So Vivero's got a nice little arm. He's got throws hard, got a good little breaking ball. It's a matter of him just with his command.
He was pitching in the bullpen at AAA, 33 appearances, 2.66 ERA before he was called up just last week. Now his 4th appearance. And he ties Harris up, and he went around. A ball and 2 strikes to Willie.
Couldn't hold up on the high fastball.
Reyes would be next if Harris can keep the inning going. I'm trying to think who else from Staten Island has made it to the big leagues other than Jason Marquis and Anthony Varvaro. Of course, Marquis went to Tottenville High and Varvaro to Curtis. Here's the 1-2, and it's low and inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Varvaro once pitched a no-hitter in the PSAL playoffs, striking out 15. That'll get the attention of the scouts. Went 9-3 as a senior at St. John's, led the Big East in strikeouts. Here's the 2-2, and he gets Harris swinging to end the inning. So an impressive inning for Varvaro, working around a base hit and a walk. He strikes out a pair, and we've played 5 now at Citi Field. Nice homecoming for Varvaro, but a 7-5 Met lead.
Very attractive.
Tim Burdack will pitch for the Mets in the 6th inning with a 7-5 lead. Trying to hold on to it for John Neese. And he'll face the top of the batting order. And Michael Bourne, whom the Mets have failed to get out so far tonight. Burdack faced 2 batters last night, including Bourne, who sacrificed with Burdack on the mound. Bourne is 3 for 3 tonight. And he takes a slider for a strike. Manny Acosta stays busy in the Mets bullpen. Got a right-hand hitter Prado on deck. And then a lefty Freeman, and Burdack gets ahead on Bourne 0-2.
Gary, what's your feeling on pulling Neese out and maybe not trying to get one more out of him?
I think I would have been inclined to leave him in for the 6th. But you know what? He's had such a struggle tonight. Sometimes managers and pitching coaches will tell you that it's not the pitch count as Burdack strikes out Bourne. It's how many pitches you throw under duress.
Right.
And you'd have to say virtually every pitch Neese threw tonight was under duress. So a nice job by Burdack as he takes care of Bourne for the first out, and he'll stay in to face Prado. Well, I've got a list of some other major leaguers from Staten Island. I think I knew this one. Matt Galante.
Yes.
Former
we should have known
Met
that.
coach from Staten Island. Frank Menachino is from Staten Island. And former Mets manager George Bamberger from Staten Island. And here's one that I didn't know. Did you know that Bobby Thompson was from Staten Island? The Bobby Thompson. As in the Giants win the pennant, the Giants win the pennant.
Shot heard around the world.
Yeah. Prado 1 for 2 and a walk. Tripled in and out of the glove of Duda. Going toward the right field corner his last time up. Burdack fancies himself as more than a situational lefty. So here he gets a chance to face the right-hand hitter with the lefty Freeman on deck. And the fastball poured in for a strike, 2-1. You know, after the Braves are done here tomorrow, 7 of the Mets' next 10 games will be against the San Diego Padres. 4 here and 3 in San Diego. And you figure, hey, well, you get to face one of the lowest scoring outfits around. As Prado lifts one to right, this one should be a lot easier for Duda. And there are 2 out. Well, the Padres scored 15 runs last night. They've got 13 tonight. Let's check in with the studio. Chris Carlin standing by with the New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. Cardinals start the night 3 games behind Milwaukee in the Central. Milwaukee leading at Houston 6-4 in the 8th. Here's Freeman, who's 1 for 3. A broken bat single to drive in a run in the 3rd, and Burdack gets ahead of him 0-1. Well, let's see. If Burdack can get Freeman out, he'll become the first pitcher on either side to throw a 1-2-3 inning tonight. And he had Freeman badly fooled. It's 0-2. Burdack last night gave up a scratch infield hit to Jose Constanza. Tonight, trying to fashion himself a full inning of work.
Burdack's had himself a nice year for the Mets. Remember, in April, he was the lost man out in that bullpen. He kept his mouth shut, went about his business. He's a pro.
Well, he had an injury-plagued year last year in Houston. He had a sports hernia that affected him all year, really affected the way he could deliver his pitches. And he's just been happy to be healthy and have a chance here. And for most of the year, he's been the only lefty in that bullpen. Dan Uggla would be next. Freeman yanks it foul. That's had a second lefty out there for a while with Mike O'Connor, but that didn't quite work out. In fact, they had a third lefty for a few days when they had Pat Mish in the bullpen as well. But for the most part, it's been Burdick alone. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Burdick gets Freeman with a slider. A 1-2-3 inning for Burdick as he strikes out a pair. So Burdick does what nobody else has been able to do tonight. Set down the side 1-2-3. Top of the batting order for New York in the bottom of the sixth. Jose Reyes leads off against Anthony Varvaro, and he lines one into left center, and Reyes has his first hit in the series. And now every Met regular has a base hit tonight.
Well, it's a good sign here. Jose hitting the ball in the air. It's a ball in the outside corner, and he goes with it. And that's a step towards coming out.
His 143rd hit of the year. And the third straight inning the Mets have had the leadoff man on, their 10th hit of the game.
4 stolen bases, 2 by Reyes, 2 by Pagan. Make it 5. It's a 2-run ball game.
Turner has 2 home runs tonight. Yeah, you heard right. Justin Turner, who had gone 191 at bats without a home run since June the 1st, has 2 home runs tonight. 1 to right center, and then a 2-run shot to left that gave the Mets the lead in the 4th. Daniel Murphy on deck as the Mets look to extend their lead. The Mets got all 7 runs and 8 hits and all 4 home runs and 3 1/3 off Tommy Hanson. Slide step by Varvaro as Turner fouls it back 0-2.
Well, first inning home run, opposite field, and this one really impressed. Wow. And the hanger from Hanson. How about that?
Numbers 3 and 4 on the year for Turner. And I guess I should add this. The last guy to hit 3 home runs in a game for the Mets is standing on first base. That would be Reyes.
That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry, not the last. Beltran was the last earlier this year. Reyes was the last before that. But the caveat to that is no Met has ever hit 3 home runs in a home game. Not at the Polo Grounds, not at Shea, and not at Citi Field. Every instance of a Met hitting 3 home runs in a game has been on the road. So Turner could do something right here that no Met has ever done before. On the outside corner, and Hurt Turner certainly did not think so.
A little borderline knees right there.
Dan Bellino calling a borderline strike 3. Third strikeout for Barbaro.
It had the corner. I just thought it was a little bit low. Let's see. Too close to take.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Murphy, who's 1 for 3, singled and scored back in the first. Barbaro's trying his best to get that ball to home plate as fast as he can and not let Reyes run. Sometimes pitchers get themselves in trouble, though, doing that. Now he's behind on a good hitter, Murphy, 2-0. Well, we mentioned the barrage for the Padres, 15 runs last night, 13 runs tonight, and a 13-2 win in Pittsburgh, and the wheels have come off for the Pirates.
Oh, Pirates have just collapsed. It almost reminds me, Gary, of '84 with the Mets. And that year we finished, we won 90. What did we win? Win 90 games that year? 91. And we had a horrible August, and it fell apart for us. But we were all young.
Murphy gets one in the air to left center. And Bourne is there. 2 out.
It's almost as if they kind of fell apart in that one horrible loss they had in Atlanta.
Well, that bad call at the plate in the 19-inning game. And they've lost 9 in a row now. And so, you know, they're pretty much falling out of contention. If the Brewers win tonight, the Pirates will be 9 games back. But what will be interesting is to see whether they can gather themselves, because this is a franchise, as you know, that hasn't had a winning season since 1992. If they lose tonight, they'll be 4 games under 500, and there's no reason why they can't fight their way back over the last 7 weeks and, you know, have themselves a winning record, which would be a huge accomplishment.
You got a young players over there that can get disheartened, and that's where the veteran leadership comes in.
And the manager, Clint Hurdle, who's just done a terrific job this year of, you know, creating a more positive atmosphere where there had been no hope.
Well, that's where that's Clint's strength. And by no stretch of the imagination is that Pirate Club as talented as our '84 Mets team.
They've got some good pitching, but I haven't identified a good one on that staff, or a darling.
Oh, no. There wasn't a Strawberry.
Right. Or a Hernandez.
Well, I was a veteran, so don't, you know, we're talking about youth.
Milwaukee has won their game 7-5 in Houston tonight.
They're hot.
Houston's like the punching pillow for the rest of that Central Division.
They sure are.
37-76 now. You mentioned the '84 Mets, 15-17 in August, which is not awful. Certainly no comparison to what is befalling the Pirates right now. Wright is 1 for 3 tonight, doubled in a run back in the first, and David takes a letter high strike. 1-1. In that game in Houston, Prince Fielder hit his 25th home run for the Brewers. By the way, did you see last night from Milwaukee, Craig Counsell finally got a hit?
He did. How about the fight that Philly had with the Giants? Victorino lost it.
Well, Jimmy Rollins stole a base with the Phillies up by 6, which is what sparked the whole thing. Ramon Ramirez then hit Victorino in the back, and actually Placido Polanco, I think, was the most aggressive. He came charging in from second base, and that got the whole melee going. No fisticuffs today in the Phillies' 2-1 win over the Giants. Well, the Phillies have a chance to sweep that series tomorrow. They are just rolling, aren't they? 9 straight wins. They're now 35 games over 500.
Well, they run that big starting rotation at you.
Wright takes one the other way, but right at Constanza, and that retires the side. So a leadoff hit by Reyes, but he never moves. After 6 now at Citi Field, it's 7-5 New York. For Mets fans, but tonight Keith was involved in something a little more heavy duty.
It was a Brooklyn Burger eating contest, and I was the MC there, Monty Hall. There's the winner. He is a professional.
How many burgers?
He had 13 or 14.
In how many minutes?
4 minutes?
4 minutes. 13 burgers in 4 minutes?
Or was it 3 minutes? 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
The third annual Brooklyn
Burger
eating contest.
You know what the secret was? He dunked his burger in water.
I know, that's what they do in the hot dog contest too. It's gross.
Yep.
You didn't try, did you?
Mm-mm.
Oh, good.
No.
Especially with the mustache. Can only imagine how messy that would have been.
People from a wide range of areas. There was 2 Philly fans in the group, and the contestants, and 2 Yankee fans.
Did they win? The Philly fans or the
Yankee fan won.
Really?
Yep. He was from Connecticut, too.
Disqualified. Dan Uggla leads off in the 7th inning. Pedro Beato on the mound for New York. Uggla 1 for 3, had an infield single and scored a run in the 3rd. Beato hasn't worked since last Sunday when he had a nice bounce back performance, an inning and 2/3 effective in Washington. It had been a tough slog for Beato over the last couple of weeks. Uggla toward the hole. Reyes with a diving stop, but no chance for a play, and Uggla's got his 2nd infield hit of the night. So the Braves will get the tying run of the plate with Chipper Jones coming up. Let's check in with Kevin.
I asked Braves manager Freddie Gonzalez today if there was ever a point that he was worried mentally about Uggla. And think about it. For Uggla to struggle coming to a new team, and for what better guy? For a guy like Gonzalez who knows him so well from his days in Florida. And he said, look, I'd be lying if I said never. I did give him a couple of days off, those mental breaks here and there. But Danny isn't that type of guy. He's a real grinder. Usually doesn't get to him. And I've really seen the old Uggla for almost 2 months now, even though it may have not shown it the first month. And, you know, at some point for me, I just always felt like the back of the baseball card would come through, at the very least, in home runs and RBIs. So his old manager sticking by him has worked, guys.
Well, it's certainly coming through for him now. 27-game hitting streak.
Well, they put a lot of stock in Uggla.
Chipper, the tying run at the plate in a 7-5 game, and he lines one to center field. On comes Pregame, but it's going to drop for a base hit. Ugla read it well. He's going to go first to third, and the Braves have runners at the corners with nobody out. So Chipper Jones has his first hit of the night, and Beato in instant trouble with the tying runs aboard.
Well, coming in to protect the 2-run lead, and unfortunate right here. That's off the end of the bat, and it is a bloop. And Ugla, excellent base running. Never hesitated. And you can see right there the sinker out of the strike zone, but up. Gets it down a little more, might get a ground ball.
Every regular on each side now has a hit in this game. The Braves have a dozen hits. Tying runs on base for Ross, who had a 2-run single back in the third that gave the Braves a 4-2 lead. So a tough spot here for Beato. And the curveball in for a strike. Tim Burdack worked a 1-2-3 6th inning with a couple of strikeouts, but the ugly infield hit, and then the Chipper Jones bloop hit. And Beato trying to get an out. Ross is 1 for 2 and a walk tonight.
Good fastball.
Like a New York City showdown tonight. You had Barbaro from Curtis High in Staten Island. Now you got Beato from Xaverian High in Brooklyn. It's like two city kids pitching in a high school game. 0-2 to David Ross. And he has to jump back. Beato fortunate he didn't hit him.
Almost got his elbow.
Now the 1-2. And totally down to stop it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Braves scored all 5 of their runs in the third inning off John Neese, who was able to get out of trouble in the 4th and 5th to keep them from scoring any further. Now Beato has trouble to negotiate in the 7th. And Ross pops one up. Totally coming back. Out of play. David Wright actually got the closest.
This game very much in the balance here in the top of the 7th. Braves have had 2 other opportunities back in the 4th and 5th. 1st and 3rd with nobody out and didn't get a run, and 2nd and 3rd 1 out and didn't score.
Again, the 2-2 to Ross. Just missed. Wow. Beato was thinking he was going to get the call, and Dan Warthen is hot.
I think it missed. Let's see. It's too close to take, but it did miss. Good call.
So he got ahead of Ross 0-2. Now he's gone full. And fouled off.
Well, Beato very upright, long legs, slow home. Doesn't really drive off of that back leg. We see so many guys not pushing off today, a la Jerry Koosman, Tom Seaver, Roger Clemens.
If you're Freddie Gonzalez, you'd probably love to be able to send your runner from first here instead of the double play, but you just can't do that with Chipper.
I think that you would take the chance, and just get it. They're going to turn 2, then you're 1 run down with 2 more cracks at him.
And Ross down swinging for the first out. There's a big out for Pedro Beato. That's the other reason you can't send Chipper, because Ross just strikes out too much.
Correct. And he just pounded him in and in and in and in. And what did he get him with here? Fastball away. See, that fastball away is just as effective as a breaking ball. You don't have to pitch a guy inside, Gare, and then, okay, I've established in here. Now I'm going to throw him away. I got to throw a breaking ball. You can throw a fastball by him away.
So now Beato could use a ground ball double play, and Alex Gonzalez has hit into 14 of those this year. Top 5 in the league at grounding into double plays. He's 2 for 3 tonight, a single and a double. And he waves at the pitch away, 0-1.
Gonzalez just too much of a free swinger. This is a big run out there for the Braves to pick up.
Gonzalez last time up at a fly ball to right center that fell in between Pagan and Duda for a double. Tolle again set up on the outside. Chipper's running and it's grounded down to third. Wright's going to have to come home with it. No, he throws to first and gets the sure out. Well, with Chipper running, that took away the double play possibility, and Wright, instead of throwing home, allows that run to score. It's now a 1-run game.
I wonder if that was hit and run. I'd like to see the Jones on, see if he looks back at the runner.
It's got to be a hit and run. I
It's
don't
got to be a hit.
Chipper's stealing bases.
No way. It's got to be a hit and run.
Now, would you have come home with this if you were David?
Chipper's not looking back. Okay, if you're going to come home, Gary, you got to come home right away. I can see David getting the out right there.
With a 2-run lead. I guess if it's a 1-run game, maybe you throw home.
Maybe you play a little further in.
So now it's 7-6, tying run at second, and Jose Constanza takes a strike. Constanza tonight 1 for 3, drove in a run with a bunt in the 3rd inning. Hit a dribbler his last time up, and Neese did a terrific job to throw him out at first with a runner at 3rd. Constanza hits another comebacker, easier play for Beato, and he gets the out to end the inning. The Braves scratch back for a run. 7th inning stretch at Citi Field. Mets 7, Braves 6. You can play ball with MLB greats. Visit MLB.com/Pepsi Max to learn more. And by State Farm. Today's State Farm agent of the day is Alan Wheeler of Brooklyn. Contact Alan's office at alanwheeler.biz. Angel Pagan leading off the bottom of the 7th. Mets with a 7-6 lead. And Anthony Varvaro pitching his 3rd inning.
3rd inning of relief. You don't see that anymore. That's middleman, a long middleman right here.
You know, you would think that from a pitcher who was working as a starter in the minor leagues that they'd allow him to do that, as Bobby Parnell is up in the Mets bullpen. But Varvaro had been working strictly in relief in AAA for Atlanta. 37 pitches in his first 2 innings, and nonetheless getting a third. Pagan is 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. He's stolen a couple of bases. He's scored a run. So Varvaro, the native New Yorker, getting a workout back in his hometown. George Sherrill, the lefty, up in the Atlanta bullpen with Duda 2 batters away.
And Pagan rips one into right center for a base hit. Pagan thinking 2 bases. Constanza comes up with the ball, and Angels in standing with a leadoff double. Second hit of the night for Pagan, his 14th double of the year.
Well, Pagan slowly picking it up a little bit here. Keeps his shoulder in a little more this time. That's been his problem, is pulling that front shoulder out. And we know about the speed. He can fly. And you see, watch that front shoulder. Just stayed back nicely. It's interesting how Pagan runs.
Now Jason Bay, who has a 2-run homer tonight, 1 for 3, and he takes a strike. Mets have the leadoff man on for the 4th straight inning. This has been a hitter's night at Citi Field. Mets have hit 4 home runs. There are 23 hits in the game. Mets have been down 5-2, up 7-5. They have a 1-run lead now in the 7th. Here's your Coors Light freeze cam.
Well, there you go. Just didn't get it away enough. And that's your Coors Light freeze cam right on the barrel of the bat. It's a good night for a Coors Light.
And a freeze cam. 0-2 to Bay. So Varvaro, who got ahead on Pagan 0-2, only to give up the double. Now ahead on Bay 0-2. This is probably his last batter. Duda on deck. They've got the lefty Sherrill up in the bullpen. You got Duda and Tolle, 2 left-hand hitters coming up back-to-back.
And we'll see if Terry Collins will counter. He's got 3 guys on the bench, Harrison and Paulino and Nikias.
Nick Evans, you mean?
Excuse me. Yes.
Evans
right.
replaced Nikias on the roster.
You know, the names are so Nick.
Nick and Nick. It's like Nick at Night.
It's Harrison's the man. He's the #1 right-hand pinch hitter, and he's the one that's going to be used. And may not have to if Bay drives it in.
Now the 1-2 from Varvaro, and the breaking ball sits high. 2-2. The Cardinals have beaten the Marlins tonight 2-1. Chris Carpenter besting Ricky Nolasco. Pujols had a home run. Bay, when he's hit home runs as a Met, has often hit 2. He only hit 14 home runs as a Met, but 3 multiple home run games. Pops this one up. Shallow right. Constanza coming in. And staggers but grabs it.
Doesn't he?
He looks a little awkward chasing fly balls.
He looks like he's been hit by a left hook.
Here's your AT&T trivia question tonight. At least he's not bleeding. Your Braves home run leader for a second baseman, of course, is Davey Johnson. I mean, Davey's got the record for home runs by a second baseman this season.
And
right?
that was the year they had 3 guys that hit 40, right? It was Hank Aaron, Davey, and Darrell Evans.
Darrell Evans, right? So Varvaro was done after an impressive 2 1/3 in relief back in his hometown. Sherrill coming on. We'll be right back.
The veteran Sherrill bounced around Baltimore, Seattle, everywhere.
You remember when Terry Forster was pitching for the Braves? David Letterman referred to him as a fat tub of goo.
Well, let me tell you something. Terry Forster, I faced him, and he was overloaded. He threw bullets.
He was good.
He was no fun. He was mean, too.
Pagan at second with one out. Scott Hairston will bat for Lucas Duda against George Sherrill, who couldn't get anybody out in Los Angeles, but has had a good year in Atlanta. Had trouble getting that out. Hairston has been on fire as a pinch hitter lately, although he struck out for the final out last night. 2 home runs off the bench in Washington last Sunday, and he takes a strike from Sherrill. So Hairston batting for Duda. Then you got Ronnie Polino on deck to bat for Tolley. And there's nobody up in the Atlanta bullpen, so it looks like Sherrill will be asked to try and finish this 7th inning.
Interesting how Sherrill takes his stretch. He's almost like looking back at second base. Just kind of takes his stretch at an angle.
He's got his back to the hitter.
Look at that. See, he's got that front foot pointed almost towards the first base on deck circle.
And the breaking ball in for a strike, and it's 1-2 to Hairston.
I always look at that flat bill on that hat. I always never liked that look.
It's very popular now.
You can just fry an egg on it. Maybe a waffle or a pancake. I just don't like. It's a terrible look.
Remember how we used to curve the bills of our caps?
Yeah.
Very carefully.
Carefully. Arc, a beautiful arc, perfect. And centered. And look at that. Awful. We're going to look at his front foot here now, Gary. We're going to get off the hat. This is very peculiar. It's the number of hitters that. Look how he's pointing. It's pointed to first. But look at that. That's very strange.
Line the other way. Base hit for Hairston. Pagan being waved around third as Constanza charges. Pagan scores. And it's now 8-6 New York. So Hairston comes through, taking one the other way, which he rarely does.
Well, this is off the end of the bat. He cues it.
I wonder if this is his first hit to right field all year.
I wonder if Pagan missed third base here. Well, he got it on the inside. Must be fun to run that fast, huh?
So Hairston with an RBI single as a pinch hitter. It's now 8-6 New York. And instead of Polino hitting for Tolley, Tolley will stay in and bat for himself. And why not? Having a big night. A double, a home run, and an intentional walk. Angel getting a little debriefing there from Ken Oberkfell, the Mets bench coach. That ball just got over the top of Freddie Freeman at first base.
Nice angle right here. Close, but no cigar.
You would have had it.
Well, I don't know. He's bigger than me. He's taller. I might be able to leap a little higher.
I was thinking about your ups.
My ups?
Your ups. Your spring. And plus, you were left-handed. That would have helped.
Line the into right field. A base hit for Tolley. Hairston to second. He'll turn and head for third. Constanza with the long throw. It's cut off, and Tolley dives back into first. So Josh Tolley now 3 for 3.
Well, rewards his manager, who leads him in the game against the left-hander. Nice day for Tolley. Hanging breaking ball, nicely stroked. Not a strong arm from Constanza. He needs to be out in left field.
So Sherrill greeted with back-to-back hits as you look at Constanza's throw.
Yeah, he needs to be in right field, left field.
Now Nick Evans, just back from the minor leagues, will pinch hit. Evans called up today with Mike Nicky is sent back to Buffalo. And Nick takes a strike.
So we kind of see the Achilles heel here of most teams, Gary, in the bullpens. Middle relief.
Well, the Braves' top 3 relievers have been unhittable. Kimbrel and Venters and O'Flaherty.
So it's like you need your starter to get you into the 7th.
I opined that it might have been Hairston's first hit to right field this year. It was his 3rd out of his 29 hits.
Do me a
He has been
favor.
a dead pull hitter all year.
Keep your opining at a minimum, please.
Now, most of that 8th and 9th inning work has been Venters and Kimbrel. But Braves staying away from their big guns. Behind in this game late. Evans pops one foul and stays alive. Remember, this game started an hour and 2 minutes late because of rain. And then both teams came out slugging tonight. 25 hits in this game. Evans trying to pick up Hairston from 3rd with 1 out. And that misses badly. A curveball from Sherrill, 1-2. Sherrill unable to throw that breaking ball for a strike, and it's 2-2. There are your starters for tomorrow. Mike Minor's going to come back from the minor leagues to make the start for the Braves, with Jair Jurgens going on the disabled list, and Dylan Gee will try to become the first Met rookie since 1984 to win 11 games this year.
Dwight Gooden.
Dwight Gooden and Ron Darling that year.
Ron won 12 that year, right? 12 and 9, I believe.
And Doc won 17. Here's the 2-2 to Evans. And ball 3. 3 curveballs in a row, and he hasn't thrown one for a strike yet. So a good job by Nick to lay off and work the count full. So let's see if Tolley goes in motion here to try and stay out of the double play. He's not running, and it's inside ball 4. The bases are loaded. Threw him 4 straight curveballs after getting to 0-2 and didn't throw a strike with a single one. So Sherrill's faced 3 batters, giving up 2 hits and a walk. And now Reyes will come up with the bases full. And Freddie Gonzalez not making a move.
And
You'd rather see Reyes up as a right-hand batter.
Well, they're just getting someone up right now in the bullpen. So
Reyes 1 for 3 and a walk tonight. And Scott Proctor gets up in the bullpen for Atlanta. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Reyes lines one over short, a base hit. Hairston is in. Tolley will stop at 3rd. It's an RBI single for Jose Reyes, and it's 9-6 New York. Well, Tolley probably could have scored on that play, but pulled in at 3rd after freezing on the line drive. Reyes has his 2nd hit of the night and his 50th multiple hit game of the year.
first pitch breaking ball, lazy breaking ball, almost out of the strike zone, down. I think Jose was sitting on it, and I don't know what Tolley was breaking back for here. I know it's a tough play. I'll give the benefit of the doubt there. Tough one.
So the bases remain loaded for Justin Turner, who has 2 home runs tonight. And he takes a strike. So the Mets, after scoring a total of 9 runs in their last 5 games, have 9 tonight. Tolley now at 3rd, Evans at 2nd, and Reyes at 1st. Still only 1 out in the inning.
I just can't believe Fred Gonzalez left this man in here. I mean, every game is important. I know Arizona is losing tonight 5-2 in the bottom of the 8th. But St. Louis has won. They're going to pick up a game. I mean, shoot.
Mets now with 14 hits tonight. And Turner hits a little dribbler. In comes Freeman. Has nowhere to go. Throws to first. Just got him as a run comes home, and it's 10-6. A lot of indecision on Freeman's part before he finally made the toss to first base to get Turner by an eyelash.
I don't think there was indecision. I think he came in with the intent to get the runner at home and then said, okay, I can't. And then had the presence of mind. See, I can't get it. Someone's covering. And that's a nice play by Freeman. That's an impressive play by a guy that's 21 years old.
And a good play by Ugla to cover first because Sherrill did not.
So you'll watch here. Contact when you got a big lead. You're on no chance to throw him out. Nice recovery. Beautifully done. Nice play, young man.
And Turner picks up his 4th run batted in of the night to stretch the Met lead to 4. Now Murphy with 2 in scoring position. A ball and a strike to Murph. Singleton scored back in the first, 1 for 4. Murphy the 8th man up in the inning. Evans now at 3rd. Reyes at 2nd with 2 down. Mets have scored 3 runs here in the bottom of the 7th. And Sherrill gets ahead on Murphy, 1-2.
I just think Fred Gonzalez let this game get away big time, leaving Sherrill in there to the right-hand hitters, not having a Proctor up and ready.
Well, he started the inning with Varvaro, who gave up the leadoff double to Pagan and retired Bay on a fly ball. He brought in Sherrill to face Duda. Collins responded with Hairston, who came up with an opposite field flare hit, but then Tolle hit a rocket for a base hit off Sherrill.
But it's not like they've got 3 lefties. He could have had a Flaherty up and Proctor up to cover all of his bases.
I think with O'Flaherty, like with Venters and Kimbrel, they're very worried about overworking him because they've all been in so many games this year.
Okay.
So I think from Freddie Gonzalez's point of view, and I can't speak for him, but this is one of those where he needed the other part of his bullpen to pitch this game. Murphy hooks one to deep right. Back goes Constanza, and he'll have a play to end the inning. But the Mets put up a 3-spot in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hairston drives in a run. Reyes drives in a run. Mets score 3 and lead at 10-6 after 7. .30 the coverage on SNY. Dylan G against Mike Minor. Mets Braves in the finale of the 3-game set. Scott Hairston, who pinch hit, stays in the game in right, and Bobby Parnell on to pitch the 8th inning for New York.
Well, Parnell is the bridge right now. Is he the closer?
And Brooks Conrad, the pinch hitter, takes a strike. Conrad, the switch hitter, who hit that big home run off Frankie Rodriguez the last time the Mets and Braves got together in Atlanta to tie the game in the 9th. A game the Braves would win in extra innings on a balk. Hits this one deep to right center. Hairston chasing back to the track and gets there in front of that Xerox sign. One away. So one long out for Parnell in the 8th. Let's check in with Kevin.
You know, guys, it's interesting. One way or another, Bobby Parnell was hoping to be a fireman in his career choice. Obviously, this way, he's hoping to be a reliever to close out games. But he could have gone the other way. His father, Bob, since he was 18 years old, was a fireman in Salisbury, North Carolina. He was a chief for a while. And for most of Bobby's youth, he was a battalion chief. So he had his own car that was home in the driveway. Bobby had this great childhood. Every time that Bob would get a fire call, he'd jump in the car and go with them on the call. And so he'd get out of the car and watch his father go and just kind of take over the scene, and he would sit back and just be mesmerized by his father's ability to do that and get out and just command respect and take over and watch everything unfold. And it inspired him. He was a volunteer firefighter in high school. You couldn't go into a burning building until you were 18 years old, so he never got a chance to do that. And he didn't turn 18 until he was in college. But in college, he thought about it. He took some courses towards it. In fact, a criminal justice major, because he thought about going into fire investigations afterward. But, of course, his baseball career took over. He got drafted, and now he's going to be a fireman of a different kind. Fellas?
Okay.
I'm glad he didn't run into any burning buildings.
I got film of me and my brother with fireman hat and jacket on. We were like 5 and 3 years old. Dad set it up at the firehouse with the sirens running and the big truck coming out. And they took videotape of us. We were in the front with the driver. It was very fun. I vaguely remember it.
Every kid wants to be a fireman when he's little. I mean, what's more glamorous in your neighborhood than rushing out on that big red truck with the bells clanging and the siren blaring?
I used to love going down the pole, because upstairs was where they slept.
3-2 to Bourne, and he walked him. So Parnell issues a one-out walk. Bourne is aboard for the 4th time tonight. Let's check in with the studio. Chris Carlin has a New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. See that Brad Ziegler on the mound there for Arizona with the Chad Bradford delivery.
Yes.
Giving up that hit to Barajas. Here's Martin Prado, 1 for 3, a triple tonight. And he takes the crackling fastball for a strike. Mets got a scoreless inning out of the bullpen from Burdack. Beato gave up a run in his inning. And now Parnell pitching the 8th, all in back of John Neese, who went only 5, gave up 5 runs and 10 hits, but has a chance to win tonight. And Prado takes another fastball for a strike at 99 miles an hour, and Parnell's up 0-2. Bobby pitched a scoreless inning in his last outing Tuesday night against Florida with a couple of strikeouts. And Prado with an emergency hack, able to foul it off.
What was that?
That was an I'm beat swing.
It's called Fanny. Look at that. No rotation of the hips. Got to stay in. And now they're going to go in. Ooh, Murph's no cone.
Warren has already been caught stealing tonight. Thrown out by Tolley in the 4th inning. And the slider, and again Prado in emergency mode, able to foul it off. There goes Bourne. And Tolley, you can't find the handle on this one, and Bourne has a stolen base, his 41st of the year. Well, Michael Bourne is a base stealer. He's led the league in steals each of the last 2 years and leading again this year. But if you're going to run down 4 runs in the 8th inning, boy, you'd better make it.
And he did. I think the whole 7th inning, let this game get away. Braves, I mean, I've already mentioned it, just because all these games are important now. You're getting in the stretch run here.
Starting to rain again here at Citi Field.
You called it.
It's been doing that off and on all night. Had an hour rain delay at the start as we go past 11 o'clock in the evening. 1-2 to Prado with Freeman on deck. And a little poke into right field. On comes Hairston to grab it. 2 out. Boy, Prado was defensive through that entire at bat.
No, Prado wanted no part of Parnell. Wanted no part of him. Fanny was flying out, and on every pitch. A routine catch there by Hairston.
So now 2 out, and here's Freeman, 1 for 4 on the night. Struck out his last 2 at bats, once against Neese and once against Burdack. Now he gets to face a right-hander for the first time tonight. Freeman's base hit in the 3rd extended his hitting streak to 20 games. And he gets beat on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball to start him off.
How about that?
This seems to work this way with Bobby. He comes in through a 96, 97, then all of a sudden it's 99 and 100 and 101. It's like he's just getting loose.
Yes. You can dial it up. It used to be dial 8 for long distance.
A lot has changed.
Another 101 now. He went up another mile per hour. You can bring it, boy.
For folks under 50, it used to be that when you made a phone call from your hotel room, you had to dial 8 to get a long distance line.
Correct.
Right.
And then,
so hitting home runs was dialing 8.
Right, 8-1, the area code and the number. Forget that.
0-2 to Freeman as the rain comes a little harder. And so does Parnell as he strikes out Freeman to end the inning. So Parnell gets through the 8th unscathed. Freeman stops to wonder about things with Molino. 10-6 Mets in the 8th. Game. Jets get another receiver. More from Giants camp and the latest from Canton, all on Geico Sports Night tonight after the postgame, only on SNY.
Are you happy with all the Jets moves, Gary? If we look at Scott Proctor coming in, are you happy?
I'm very happy. I'm ready for the opener. Jets Cowboys. September 11th, Sunday night.
That's the opening game?
That's the opening.
I hope they whip the Cowboys fan. I can't stand the Cowboys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Never liked the Cowboys.
As the rain gets a little harder, Scott Proctor's in to pitch the bottom of the 8th. The umpires would certainly like to not have to stop this game at this point. David Wright leads off and takes one in the dirt from Proctor. Well, rain has been a concern all evening. It'll be a concern again tomorrow here. Proctor, the 5th Atlanta pitcher of the night. The starter, Tommy Hanson, lasted just 3 1/3, allowed 7 runs and 8 hits. Wright is 1 for 4 tonight, an RBI double back in the first. 2 balls and no strikes. There's Brian Gorman, the crew chief, hoping the rain will pass and that he will not have to order the field covered.
Come on, Brian. A little water won't hurt you.
6 more outs to get, assuming that all goes well in the 9th for the Mets. But it's raining awfully hard right now, harder than it has all day long. And the fans knew that rain was going to be a concern tonight. Most of them came equipped, and some of them just don't care. If you're young, a little rain on a nice warm evening doesn't bother you at all.
I'm looking at your computer, Gary, right there. I see this big blob of rain.
That's what we're sitting in.
And it's moving slowly to the east.
Getting more blobby all the time.
Sitting over. Oh, it's moving too.
You doing play-by-play on the radar?
Come on, Brian, hang in there. Oh, it's coming down pretty good here.
More and more fans heading for cover as the rain continues to intensify. 3-2 to Wright, leading off in the home 8th. And David takes low ball 4, so he's on base to start the 8th inning. That's 5 straight innings now the Mets have gotten the leadoff man on. And the 5th walk they've drawn tonight. You know, the Mets going into last week led the National League in drawing walks. And in their 5-game losing streak, they drew only 8 walks. And I was talking to Terry Collins about it today, and he said, you know, pitchers have scouted us, and a lot of them are putting us behind in the count 0-1 a lot. And it's hard to draw walks when you're starting out that way.
It's a fine line between going deep in counts, and I never think you want to go deep in counts with relievers. You know, I always was first ball, fastball hitter. I got to pitch any kind of fastball first pitch, and the guys threw a helicopter up there. I was going to cover it. Heck with getting a pitcher deep in the count.
Pagan's had a good night at the plate tonight. 2 for 3 and a walk, a single, a double, couple of steals, 2 runs scored. And Proctor in the rain having trouble throwing strikes. It's 2-0.
It's let up a little bit, but it's steady.
That's now 3rd in the league in walks coming into the night after leading for much of the year. And Pagan has his 3rd hit of the night as he takes one the other way. And so the Mets have the first 2 men on as they look to expand their lead here in the 8th. That is 15 hits for New York, and Pagan has 3 of them.
Well, nice hitting by Pagan right there, and that's a promising hit because he's been pulling off, and for him to go the other way, I'll get a smile on your face. Those 3-hit nights are always good. You go home, you have a good night's sleep, you feel good.
A little puddle developing near second base, so right at the tiptoe as he came into the bag there. Here's Bay, and he takes a big swing. Jason 1 for 4 tonight at a 2-run homer back in the 3rd inning. Mets were down 5-2 at the time. Bay's home run got him within 1. Toley's homer in the 4th tied it, and Justin Turner's 2nd home run of the game, a 2-run shot in the 4th, put the Mets in front, and they've been in front ever since. Is there a secret for hitting in the rain?
Make sure that you wipe your bill of your helmet as late as you can. That's going to drop.
The gap in left center. That's going to fall for a base hit. Right tiptoes around 3rd, and he'll head on in. Jason Bay with his 3rd RBI of the night, and it's 11-6 New York.
Well, good for Jason here. 2nd hit. Just kind of flipped his wrist over on that slider away. Dunked it in there.
So a walk and 2 hits for the Mets to start the bottom of the 8th. 16 hits now for New York. And now Hairston, who singled in a run as a pinch hitter in the 7th, stayed in the game in right field. Hairston hit a home run against Proctor in Atlanta earlier this year. It's interesting because Scott was brought here to hit against left-handers, but his biggest hits this year have all come against right-handed relievers. Against Proctor, against Brian Wilson, against Drew Storen.
There's some fans.
And Proctor really struggling, 2-0.
Well, Scott, you better get it together here because the umpire's not calling this game in this rain. So
And there is no plan B getting ready in the bullpen.
That's right. Either you're going to have a bad outing or you're going to get out of this mess.
Hairston gets under one, and Bourne, looking through the raindrops, snatches it for the first out. So 1 away, and Josh Tolley will come to the plate, and all Josh needs for a cycle tonight is a triple.
It's the ballpark. He can do it.
Josh doubled to right in the 2nd. Hit his 2nd home run of the year in the 4th, and after being intentionally walked in the 5th, singled to right in the 7th. Two on and 1 out, and Josh fouls it back. Well, it was a big 4th inning for Josh tonight.
The National League's leading stolen base right there in Bourne with 40, and he just gunned him down nicely. And there's his home run right there, his 2nd of the year. So it's been a big night for Josh.
Has to move his feet, and it's 1-1. Well, if you're considering the chance for a cycle, Tolley has 2 career triples. One last year and one 2 years ago. He does not have a triple this year. Biggest part of a triple that might be difficult is a little heavy footing out there now. Might be a little slog getting from home to third. And he lifts one out to center. Should be easy for Bourne. And the Gold Glover has it with 2 hands for 2 outs. So Tolley's retired for the first time tonight. See, Bourne's not used to this. He's used to playing under the roof in Houston.
Yeah, but he's on the road too.
Yeah. So now 2 out, and Jason Friday will come up as a pinch hitter, batting for Bobby Parnell. Pagan at 2nd, Bay at 1st, a run in for the Mets in the 8th. They're up 11-6, and Friday takes ball 1. Jose Reyes, who has a couple of hits tonight, would be next. Scott Proctor, the former Yankee, former Dodger, has been through a lot of arm troubles. Friday loops one out to shallow left, and there's Prado to put it away to end the inning. So the Mets tack on a run, and we head to the 9th. Mets trying to snap a 5-game losing streak with a 5-run lead. Rain has gone away, but it keeps on coming back. An hour and 2-minute rain delay at the start tonight. 33,556 on hand at Citi Field. Many of them now in drier climes, as Manny Acosta tries to secure the final 3 outs tonight.
Well, I've always been a defender of Manny. He's got terrific stuff, a great arm, and he has pitched really well of late. And he's moved up the food chain in that bullpen, Garrett, and he deserves it.
Pitched 2 scoreless innings against the Marlins on Monday, came back the next day with another scoreless inning. And now out there trying to finish this one off. Dodgers have beaten the Diamondbacks tonight 5-3, so that keeps the Giants in first place by a half game for another day. And it also means that the Braves, even if they lose, will maintain a 3.5 game wild card lead over Arizona. The Dodgers used a first-time starter tonight to beat the Diamondbacks. Nate Eovaldi made his major league debut and went 5 innings.
Is he Italian?
I don't know. He's 21, I can tell you that. Dan Uggla leads off in the 9th inning. Uggla 2 hits, both infield hits tonight, and he scored both times. So he now has a 27-game hitting streak. Acosta, the 5th Met pitcher of the night. John Neese went just 5 innings, gave up 5 runs and 10 hits, but he's in line for his 11th win of the year. Jason Hayward on deck to bat for Chipper Jones.
Oh.
And Uggla gets under 1 to left field, chasing Bay back to the
out.
track near the wall, and it's out of here.
Yep.
Boy, Dan Uggla has such tremendous power. His 24th of the year, and it cuts the Met lead to 11-7. Well, since his hitting streak began, over these last 27 games, Uggla has more home runs than anybody in the majors, 12 of them over that span. Half the home runs he's hit this year.
Well, you know, it's 10-6 ball game. Here's a fastball, hit it, and Uggla knows it, a veteran. And I knew he got it when he first made contact. Now, as a pitcher, it's the 3-run lead. That's a 4-run. You got to go to work now. Okay, that's enough.
Well, it's the Braves' first home run of the night after the Mets hit 4 of them. Now Jason Hayward batting for Chipper Jones. Hayward on the bench tonight for the 3rd time in the last 4 games. Constanza has given them a spark. Hayward has been struggling, so Freddie Gonzalez telling Hayward earlier this week, look, I'm going to play whoever I think gives me the best chance to win. Interesting here, though, that Chipper is ducking out with the Braves down 4 runs in the 9th.
Well, I don't think it's his choice, and then you don't want to get Izzy up, but he's up.
There's a strike, 2-1 to Hayward. You watch Hayward swing right now. And
it looks like
there's something wrong.
It looks like it's something wrong, and that it's his shoulder too. It just looks like he's shoving and favoring.
Of course, he was on the sidelines with a shoulder injury earlier this year.
Remember last year in spring training, I went up and introduced myself to him. I felt like I was Mickey Rooney next to him. He's like 6'5". He's a giant.
Two from Acosta, and he struck him out on a pitch in the dirt. So there's the first down in the 9th inning. And that is 11 strikeouts for Met pitchers tonight. So Hayward is down 1 away. Here's David Ross. Ross delivered a 2-run single in the Braves' 5-run 3rd inning against John Neese. Neese was able to persevere, work out of jams in the 4th when they had a runner at 3rd and 1 out, and in the 5th when they had 2nd and 3rd and 1 out, and was able to prevent any further run scoring. Mets were able to tie it up and take the lead in the 4th. There's a strike to Ross. Braves got within a run, 7-6, when they scored in the 7th against Pedro Beato, but the Mets put up 3 in the bottom of the 7th to pull away. It's been a different kind of night. A ball and a strike to Ross. And the breaking ball popped up, shallow left. On comes Bay. 2 out. Let's check in with the studio, see what's coming up on Lincoln Post Game Live. Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda.
How about those guys? They're both wearing sparkling ties.
They're dressed beautifully.
Bob Ojeda in that Spanish red.
2 out and nobody on. Here's Alex Gonzalez. And Acosta misses high. Gonzalez 2 for 4 tonight. He's driven in a run with a ground out. Acosta trying to put the finishing touches on an offensive-oriented night. 29 hits in this game. And Gonzalez hits it down the right field line, slicing toward the corner. A foul ball. He just barely missed an opposite field home run.
Well,
not the security guard on the carom.
They always say close is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades.
That's very philosophical.
It is. It's very brilliant. Thank you. Let's get this third out and get out of here.
You in a rush?
No, I want a Met W. Let's go.
You're off tomorrow. You should be very patient.
No, a Met W. Let's secure it.
Are you
safe and secure?
Are you rooting now? You don't want to be accused of being a homer, do you? 2-1 now to Gonzalez. And Acosta now behind Gonzalez with Constanza waiting on deck. Well, the last thing in the world that Terry wants to have to do is to use Isringhausen in this game. So Acosta shrugs his shoulders and gets ready to throw another pitch to Alex Gonzalez. And it's lined to left. Bay is over, and the ball game is over. The Mets outslugged the Braves and snapped their 5-game losing streak as the Mets for the first time this year hit 4 home runs at Citi Field. Justin Turner with a pair, Josh Tolley with a huge night, and the Mets win at 11-7 to even up the series at a game apiece.
Well, this story right here will all be the Met offense. As Gary said, 2 home runs from Turner, his 3rd and 4th. Tolley, a big night at the plate, 3 hits, a solo home run, his 2nd. Bay, 3 RBI, 2 more hits, swinging the bat well. Actually, excuse me, Bay with 3 more hits, and his 8th home run. And Jonathan Neese now in 2 of his last 3 starts, has gone 5 innings and gotten a W here. Hasn't pitched well, but you'll take him. 11-8.
There's your out-of-game summary. Mets get back to 500 for the year, 8 games behind the Braves in the wild card, with the rubber game of this series coming up tomorrow afternoon. Josh Tolley not only with a double, a home run, and a single, but also threw on Michael Bourne. Mets win at 11-7. Back with more from Citi Field in just a moment.